Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to those in the room and also those on the Zoom. My name is Stephen Daish. I'm the Hearings Panel Chair for the New Plymouth District Plan Review hearings. And we always start with a karakia before we get into any discussion. So, Antoine, could you do the honours again this morning, please?
Yeah, sure, happy to. Could you hear me okay?
Yep, you're good, thanks.
Oh, that's great. Kia mai tātou, he mihi kawana kia koutou, ko tai mai nei tēnei rā, ki te whakawhitiwhi ngā kōru e pāna ki te enga mahi I mui a tātou, nō reira I tukuna atu tēnei karakia hei timatai. Waihoe te toipoto kawe te toiroa, tuku a te wairua kia rere, ki ngā taumata hei arahi a tātou mahi, mea tātou whai ngā tikanga rātou mā, kia mau, kia ita, kia kore ai ngaro, kia pupuri, kia whakamaua, kia tīna, humia, huie, tai kia. It just in terms of translation, it roughly translates to let's join together and not fall apart, allow our spirits to reach their potential, to guide us in our work as in our pursuit of our ancestral traditions, take hold and preserve them, ensure that we're never lost, hold fast, draw together. So that's a bit of a rough translation of what I said.
Thank you,
Stephen.
And Julie, just going through the health and safety matters.
Thank you. So in the event of an emergency, just follow the instructions of staff. If the fire alarm goes, we go out the main door that you came in and down along the footpath towards Pukekura Park. If there's an earthquake, drop, cover, hold as best you can, and then await instructions from staff as to the next move. In terms of mask wearing, every time that you're in the public space, if you could have your masks on, please. But once you're addressing the audience or you're speaking to your submission or answering questions, you can take your masks off. Toilets to the left, around the corner there. There is a cafeteria upstairs and to the right. You will require a vaccine pass to access the cafeteria.
Thank you very much, Julie. So yes, I've introduced myself. I'll get the other two commissioners sitting on this hearing to introduce themselves. We've heard from Antoine, but just say hi to everyone again, Antoine.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Antoine Coffin. I'm currently residing and joining you from Tauranga. It's actually a sunny day here. I'm not sure. I hope the weather's nice down in New Plymouth for you. I have a background in resource management and cultural heritage management. I worked in museums in New Zealand and overseas. I also worked as a resource management practitioner in Auckland, the Waikato, Bay of Plenty, and the Taranaki area, and a little stint in Wellington and the South Island. I'm currently a panel review member for the review of local government, a hearing commissioner and a freshwater commissioner. So good to see everybody today.
Good, thank you very much, Antoine. David?
Yes, thank you, Stephen. Good morning, everybody. David McMahon. I'm beaming in from Wellington, where it's also fine and clear today and calm, I might add. Not always the case. I'm a resource management practitioner like Antoine and Stephen. I've been doing hearing commissioner work since 2001. And my expertise is largely around planning process, designations, planning policy, resource consents. In the heritage space, I've been involved both as a practitioner and a decision maker in relation to archaeological authorities and historic heritage buildings. And really looking forward to day 2 of this 3-day hearing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. So just to set the scene for day 2, just like to just refresh everyone around our role as commissioners. Antoine, David and I, we're what's called independent commissioners. We have been asked by the District Council to hear and consider and make recommendations on the proposed district plan, the whole raft of topics. We're up to hearing 14 out of 23, 24, 25, that sort of number. So we're just about halfway through. We make recommendations after hearing evidence and submissions, and our role is basically that. We're here to hear from people about any concerns they have, any issues they have, and we'll listen carefully and respectfully, and ask questions as we go through. So you'll see once we get going sort of how things roll. It is a sort of a reasonably formal process because we're under the some provisions in the RMA which require us to sort of investigate and ask questions of the staff and submitters. So it's reasonably formal, but we try and make it as comfortable as possible, particularly for those that haven't attended a hearing like this before. So that's my style. So then again, you'll see that come through. We do have a register of interest in terms of any potential conflicts that we might have in hearing these matters, and that's posted online in our minute associated with that. But with all these hearings, any potential conflicts that we might have as decision makers is quite important to understand. So at the start of each hearing, we just pause and see whether anyone's got any concerns about our independence to fairly hear these matters before us. So it's just an opportunity for anyone to speak up. Okay, we'll carry on. This is what we call a hybrid hearing process. We have had, through the COVID periods, one hearing that we've done completely on Zoom. A lot of the hearings, people have all been in the room, and we've had a few of these processes where some people are on Zoom and some people are in the room. And just from a practical point of view, the reason I'm here as a chair is it allows me much more scope to facilitate the hearing for people coming on the day. And certainly the interaction I have with Julie and Joe as a reporting plan is quite important to have face to face. I do find it difficult as a chair to run things when there's a room of people and you're trying to work out what's going on. So that's why I'm here. And the rules really around Zoom is the commissioners are pretty much sort of live on screen all the time. If you're not speaking and it's not your turn, you're just listening with speakers and video off. And when it comes your turn on the for those zooming in, we'll just ask you and your team, the group of people representing a submitter, to turn your videos on, and we'll go from there. I think that's about all in terms of process matters. Any questions from anyone, either in the room or online? Okay, that's great. We'll get into it. So we do ask at the start of each day just what we call appearances. So we've done our introductions and we'll go around the room and just briefly introduce everyone here, then who's on the Zoom, and we'll get stuck into it. Thank you. So Julie, starting with you.
Good morning, Julie Stracker. I'm one of the hearing administrators, so you'll see myself and the other administrator, Christine Bromwell, later this afternoon.
Good morning, Joe Ritchie, Section 42A.
Sue Phillips, I'm here with Linda. There's support,
Welcome, Sue.
but I have some to say as well.
Yes, great. Thank you.
Linda Gray.
Hello, Linda. Welcome.
Michael Keat.
Welcome, Michael.
Gina Dombrowski.
Gina.
Jeff Dombrowski.
Yes, Jeff. Welcome. And just around the room, we've got Keith.
Good morning, Commissioners. Kia ora whānau. I'll be presenting in person later on this afternoon.
Okay, Mish Holswich.
Kia ora tātou. My name is Mish and I work here at New Plymouth District Council. I'm the Culture, Diversity and Inclusion Advisor. I'm just popping in for a little bit in between meetings.
Okay, lovely to see you, Mish. Thank you. Kevin.
Yeah, Kevin Honeyfield, very new to Zoom, so excuse me if it doesn't go right. Thank you.
Yeah, you're doing pretty well so far. It can be frustrating as hang, as we all know, sometimes. So thank you, Kevin. Marlene, welcome.
Kia ora, Marlene Benson. I'll be presenting tomorrow for Ngāti Mutunga. Kia ora.
Yes, thank you, Marlene. Kia ora. Luke Harris.
Yeah, tēnā koutou, Luke Harris. I'll be just speaking on site ID 2486 in a few hours to come, I think.
Yeah, great. Welcome, Luke.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. Karen.
Kia ora. Karen Price, and I'll be presenting the legal submissions on behalf of Greymouth Petroleum this morning.
Yes, welcome back, Karen. I can see Chris there. Welcome, Chris.
Chris Marsh. I'm sitting in and listening this morning.
Yes, welcome, Chris. Jennifer.
Morena, my name is Jennifer Carville. I'm presenting planning evidence this morning on behalf of Greymouth Petroleum.
Yes, thank you very much, Jennifer. Daniel McCurdy.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Yes, Daniel McCurdy, independent archaeologist contracted by New Plymouth District Council for the Wahitapu review, which is fed into Schedule 3. Fortunately, I survived yesterday.
Yes, it was a good discussion with Daniel yesterday, and the whole hearing was very interesting and very informative for us. So thank you, Daniel. Sarah Marco.
Tēnā tātou, Sarah Mako Tiko Taitanga o Te Atiawa, appearing tomorrow.
Thank you, Sarah. John Morrison.
Moreno. I'm a small submitter with a very brief point to be made in relation to one of the sites, and I expect to be addressing you sometime this morning, and very briefly.
Thank you very much, and welcome, John.
Thank you.
Rebecca here.
Good morning, Commissioners, and everyone else. Rebecca here from Greymouth Petroleum.
Yes, welcome again, Rebecca. Nice to see you. Daryl Martin. Daryl, sorry.
Hello, it's Daryl Martin here. Good morning, Commissioners and everyone else. I'm a planner from BTW and I'll be presenting planning evidence on behalf of Cam Twigley, on behalf of Luke Harris later this morning.
Oh, okay, yeah, great. Welcome. There's a couple more. Grant Nucky. Are you there, Mr. Nucky, to introduce yourself? All right, we'll carry on. Maria.
Oh, it's Grant Nucky speaking.
Oh, Grant. Yes, hi.
Oh, kia ora tātou. Yeah, I'm here today to put you to the test, I suppose, see what the value really is of our wahitapu.
Yes, great. Thanks to you, Grant, and we'll talk a bit later in the day. I think two more I can see. Maria first.
Kia ora koutou, Maria Okupoda, planner for Te Kahui o Taranaki, presenting evidence tomorrow. Kia ora.
Thank you. And last but not least, we see Tane.
Me ana kia tātou, I rungi te kaupapa nei, miha rawa atu te kiti a koutou, i te ata, engari ko tāni manu kongo taku ingoa, ko ai tētahi memo o te wānau wānui o ngā mahanga Tairi. Good morning, everyone. My name's Tani Manukonga. I will be submitting tomorrow for Ngā Mahanga a Tairi. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you very much, Tane. Right, without further ado, we'll get on with the day. It's a busy day, so looking forward to it. And Karen and Jennifer, we're starting with you for Greymouth Petroleum.
Thank you. I'll get straight into the submissions then. So these legal submissions are on behalf of Greymouth Petroleum. Greymouth Petroleum filed a submission and further submission. The submission points address numerous provisions in the proposed plan that are relevant to hearing 14. So in these submissions, I will introduce the evidence presented on behalf of Greymouth, briefly introduce Greymouth and its activities in the context of hearing 14, outline the relief sought by Greymouth and briefly comment on certain key issues, and set out the principal submission in support of the relief sought by Greymouth. Jennifer Carville is the planner, the independent expert planning person on behalf of Greymouth, and Rebecca here.
We've got a picture fire alarm going off. Just pause.
Sure.
No, not a fire alarm. Stop now. Did you hear that?
Actually, I think it might be my fire alarm. Sorry, I've been out and they're fanning it. But if you can hear it when I go off mute and I've got my thing on, it's my fire alarm.
Okay. Jerry. Yes, it's yours. Yes. How do you want to handle that? Should we just pause briefly or?
No, I am quite sure that I am safe.
Yes.
So hopefully it will not go off again.
Yeah, it's pretty piercing in the room here when it does go off. So picking up some good audio, but yeah, so you carry on and we'll hope it doesn't go off again.
Yeah.
We'll let you know if the background fills up with smoke.
Okay, where was I? Rebecca here, who is the environmental planner internally at Greymouth, will also be available to respond. She's on Zoom if you are any questions from the panel. So Greymouth has already set out a detailed description of its operations in its first hearing 1, strategic direction. But just to summarise it, it is New Zealand owned and operated. Its operations base is in Taranaki. Its business focus is upstream petroleum industry, namely for the exploration for and production of hydrocarbons. And as of 1st of January 2021, Greymouth's Turangi permit reports the largest remaining reserves of any permit in New Zealand. The strategic importance of energy activities to the region and the district is recognised through various levels of the applicable planning framework. So just in the context of this hearing, Greymouth is committed to fostering constructive relationships with iwi and hapu. Greymouth routinely engages with tangata whenua, including regarding day-to-day operations and development proposals, and is committed to meaningful ongoing dialogue consultation. Greymouth ascribes significant importance to its relationships with tangata whenua and recognises the cultural obligations to and associations with areas where Greymouth operates and the environment more generally. Greymouth acknowledges the significant importance of SASM and supports their appropriate recognition in the proposed plan. Greymouth's activities primarily focus on petroleum prospecting, petroleum exploration, and petroleum production. Some Greymouth sites, well sites and production stations and associated infrastructure, being the pipes, in the New Plymouth District Council are located within or proximate to scheduled SASM. For example, a number of proposed scheduled SASM are located within Greymouth's Turangi and Kowhai permit areas, where Greymouth currently undertakes oil and gas activities. The SASM provisions in the proposed plan, therefore, have important implications for Greymouth. Greymouth's submission and further submissions are generally supportive of the proposed SASM provisions, but seek a range of amendments. Key amendments sought by Greymouth relate to the definition, identification and future refinement of SASM, policies relating to activities on or adjacent to scheduled SASM, rules relating to maintenance, repair and upgrading of network utility structures. And there is an important footnote there, which I won't go into at this stage, but just to note that there is one there because there is a bit of a jurisdiction issue there. Ms. Carville's evidence is that for these activities, a comprehensive consenting pathway should apply, comprising permitted, controlled and restricted discretionary activity status, depending on several factors, including the location and scale of land disturbance. Ms. Carville has set out the reasons for her proposed amendments at paragraph 66 of her statement of evidence, which I submit are cogent and compelling. Ms. Carville also provides a comprehensive response to issues raised in the Section 42A report and in submissions by others. All changes sought by Greymouth to the SASM provisions are set out and assessed in Ms. Carville's comprehensive evidence. Given the very detailed evidence for Greymouth, these submissions only expand upon one key issue for Greymouth, which I outline below. In its submissions, Greymouth sought the removal or reduction of several scheduled SASM applying to its sites, including directly over well sites and other petroleum infrastructure. And I've set out the SASM there. This was principally due to Greymouth's understanding at the time of its submissions that previous authorised earthworks had destroyed and removed heritage cultural features and/or values. Including as a result of reviewing and understanding the further submissions by parties opposing Greymouth's submissions, Greymouth is no longer pursuing the removal or reduction of the above scheduled SASM. The identification of SASM over Greymouth sites, including directly over several well sites and other infrastructure, will have a major impact on the consenting of Greymouth's activities. However, Greymouth now understands such identification. Notwithstanding this, Greymouth considers that it would be appropriate for Schedule 3, Schedule of Archaeological Sites or Sites and Areas of Significance to Maori, to include notations on the entries relating to the above site IDs, identifying that the sites have been destroyed, damaged or modified by previously authorised earthworks or similar. Greymouth generally supports the inclusion of the recommended definition of sites and areas of significance to Maori, which assists in providing clarity and certainty to the implementation of the SASM rules. Greymouth also supports what it understands to be the intent of the Section 42A officers' proposed clauses B2 and C2 of the definition, which provide for the extent of a SASM for identified SASM without a mapped extent or for silent SASM respectively to be confirmed by mana whenua. However, Greymouth considers, and I submit, that Ms. Carville has recommended an important clarification and amendment to the definition of sites and areas of significance to Maori in her evidence. That is, it should be made clear that clauses B2 and C2 provide the basis for SASM areas to be clarified and refined within the scope of the distances otherwise applying, not to be enlarged. I submit that there would be clear legal issues associated with a mechanism purporting to facilitate the unilateral enlargement of SASM areas in the future. SASM extent has a direct bearing on the application of the SASM rules, which have major impacts on third-party rights and obligations. I submit that a plan change would be required to effect such enlargement Otherwise, the RMA Schedule 1 process would be circumvented. So in conclusion, Greymouth seeks relief sought in Appendix 1 to Ms Carville's statement of evidence. In summary, my principal submission is that the Greymouth evidence demonstrates the provisions sought by Greymouth give effect to the applicable higher order planning instruments. In terms of Section 32 of the RMA, the objectives sought by Greymouth are the most appropriate means of achieving the purpose of the RMA, and the provisions proposed by Greymouth are the most appropriate way to achieve the objectives, and the changes proposed by Greymouth will appropriately provide for both SASM and the regionally nationally significant activities undertaken by Greymouth and others, while appropriately managing potential adverse effects. Thank you very much, and you may want to ask me questions after you've heard from Ms Carville. It may make more sense to do it that way, given the thrust of the submissions in her evidence.
Yes, I'm very happy to do that, and perhaps take questions together at the end of Ms Carville's presentation to us, because some of them may be planning questions, some of them may be legal, some of them may be both. So I think that process has worked well for us before. So
okay,
that basis, unless the other commissioners have a particular legal question of you as for clarification at the start.
What shall I do, Stephen?
All right, good to go, David.
Okay. Good morning, Ms Price. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Just in terms of context, I certainly understand the position that you've outlined today. Now that the focus is really on the provisions affecting scheduled sites as opposed to the scheduled sites themselves. However, in relation to the point that you've made in paragraph 5.3,
yeah,
I just wonder, and that's relating to an additional entry alongside, I think it was one of the, in Schedule 3, alongside the scheduled entries to indicate whether the sites are being destroyed or damaged already. What purpose would that serve in a planning sense?
Well, it would be part of the history of that SASM.
Yes.
And help with identification of history that has gone on before. Yes.
The entry would remain, wouldn't it? The scheduled entry would remain.
Yes.
It would have a note alongside it indicating, in this case, that there'd been some destruction or damage or modification already.
Correct.
Yes. Okay. How would that entry be interpreted at a time when there's a proposal to do earthworks or land disturbance on that site? What's the legal ramifications of that entry or that notation on the entry?
I don't think that there is a change to the, I don't think there is a legal ramification to that entry. I think it is more it makes it clearer what is the history that has gone on with that SASM.
Okay, so is it really a clerical matter?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, the second question I've got is in relation to Greymouth's range of activities, well sites and production stations, where there has been work undertaken already, and quite extensive work. What's the situation regarding existing use rights under Section 10 of the RMA in respect to any future works on those well sites or production stations?
Well, our understanding is that they would need to be applying for a resource consent, so they could not be claiming that there was an existing use right.
Okay, so the legal position from Greymouth is you're not advocating that existing use rights apply on those sites. You're not.
Correct. Not if there's a new if there's new work that's going beyond the existing footprint, correct?
Yes, okay. And that will really involve a site-by-site type.
Correct.
Yes, okay. Okay. And the main impact of the rules for Greymouth, presumably though, will be on any new well sites or any new infrastructure outside those existing well sites or production stations.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, and then the last point, a legal issue arising from the definition of SASM. You've made the point that that the process or the rules shouldn't allow the enlargement of sites in areas of significance, but that would be, in your view, contrary to legal principles, but it could allow for the reduction or refinement of areas. Okay.
Correct. I think there's enough case law that you can refine things, but you cannot expand them.
Yes. The process that we're going through now, which is the hearing of submissions, would allow for the enlargement of areas if there was a submission on scope, though, presumably.
Yes, although you would need to have others given the opportunity. So
if those submissions were publicly notified and clear, and
yeah.
Yes, okay. And this will come up. This came up on, gosh, this came up last week in relation to archaeological sites, in relation to the 200-metre rule, and whether that actually enabled an enlargement or a refinement. So it's a very much a live issue.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for your answer. I just wanted to understand the legal position on that. Thanks for that indulgence, Stephen. That was all the 3 questions from me.
Yes, and look, I think just as a quick supplementary on your first question about the listing of a new notation about previous authorised earthworks, I'm thinking aloud that if that was adopted as a method in the plan, that probably means a whole lot of consistency, things up in, we've got hundreds and hundreds of sites. That maybe would have to be checked as to whether there was any other sites. So we'll hear back from Joe in a right reply about the practicalities of that sort of suggestion. I know you're just asking it for your particular sites, but there's that question of there is quite a clear, precise framework for the schedule, and if that was identified as another note on these sites, just thinking whether it may need to be, if we agree with that, followed up by analysis of all the other sites that may or may not have such authorities. So I won't hold us up there, but that's, Joe, something for you to think about. And Karen, if you had any thoughts on that just on the way through?
I agree that it might be some additional work now, but I think it will be of benefit longer term in the plan to have that notification there. It will just clarify things for all parties.
Okay. Antoine, are you happy to go to Jennifer, or do you have any legal questions before we do that?
I was happy to wait till a little bit later.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
And I think you've covered some of the issues that I was going to raise a little bit later anyway, but we can pick them up again.
Thank you. So we're moving to you, Jennifer. Thanks. We have read your evidence, sort of the key highlights, and then we'll move to questions.
Yep, no problem. Good morning. So I'll just start at paragraph 16 of my evidence this morning. So I'll just take you through the executive summary. It's just a couple of pages. So the first point relates to definition of sites and areas of significance to Maori. Overall, I support the inclusion of the recommended definition as it provides clarity and certainty for the implementation of the rules in the SASM chapter. I support the inclusion of clause B2 of the definition, which enables the extent of an identified SASM to be confirmed by mana whenua. In my view, this goes some way to addressing concerns regarding the arbitrary nature of the 200-metre radius extent for identified SASM, as specified in clause B2, if the opportunity is taken up. I understand that the 200-metre radius is necessarily arbitrary and conservative due to a lack of information, and I acknowledge submission comments from iwi and Hapu, as summarised in the SASM section 42A report, that despite best endeavours, an extent is not available for all sites and their location is only accurate to plus or minus 200 metres. I note that it is my understanding that the intention of clause B2 is to provide the basis for the areas to be clarified or refined within the scope of the arbitrary distances, as opposed to being enlarged beyond them. And this could be clarified in the wording of clause B2. I also note that policy SASM P1 provides for mapping and scheduling of SASM that are identified in consultation and collaboration with tangata whenua, and consider that it would be appropriate for this to continue in relation to confirming the extent of identified SASM where possible through collaboration between the Council and mana whenua, using the process provided in recommended clause B2, amended as required. This would provide a driver to reduce the conservatism inherent in the 200-metre radius on a case-by-case basis and enable more efficient use of land while continuing to recognise and provide for SASM. This may require amendment to policy P1 and or recommended clause B2 of the definition of scheduled SASM. However, I've not had the opportunity to discuss this or clarification to the intent of clause B2 with Council or iwi and Hapu submitters. On this basis, I've not suggested specific wording amendment for policy P1. I have, however, suggested clarification wording for clause B2. I also support the inclusion of clause C in the definition, which relates to silent SASM. I note that clause C states that these sites are accurate to the land parcel mapped, and therefore I've suggested clarification wording for clause C2, consistent with the clarification wording I've suggested for clause B2. Turning now to policies, particularly policy P3 and P4, which relate to allowing activities on or adjacent to and managing activities on or adjacent to.
Sorry to interrupt, Jennifer, Stephen. I wondered if we could go to questions on a topic by topic on this.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, just in terms of the definition matter, Ms. Carville, I note that the definition of scheduled site or area of significance to marry is a new definition, but there's a definition of site and area of significance to marry already in the plan. So the difference being the term scheduled.
Yep.
Have you addressed your mind to any relationship or any unintentional consequences involved in terms of having those two definitions?
In terms of having one that's scheduled sites and one that's...
Yes, is there any potential for confusion with those two definitions, or is the term scheduled sufficient to distinguish them?
I haven't turned my mind to it before now, so yeah, on the face of it, I would say it would probably be fine, but I would probably want to look at that in a bit more detail.
Okay. My second question is that you mentioned in paragraph 20 that there may be a need for an amendment to policy SASM P1, and you want to have a think about that. That just raised a question in my mind because I think Ms. Ritchie in her report, yes, she said at paragraph 20 that the new definition would be used solely in the rules. And that's possibly in line with the theme that's come through both in last week's hearing and this week's hearing, that there's not a reluctance, but there's a desire to not use the word scheduled in the policies and use the word scheduled in the rules. And I guess that's the background for Ms. Ritchie's comment in paragraph 698, that the new definition would only apply to rules. Do you have any comment on that at all?
Yes, so the next section of my evidence talks directly to that.
Okay.
question. I'm happy to go into it now, or if you want me to go through.
Well, just a simple answer is, does that make sense to you, or is it, do you see some problems that you're going to elaborate on later?
My preference is to use the word scheduled in those policies because they're plan making policies that relate directly to the rules.
Okay.
So those are the policies that allow and manage that relate directly to the permitted and other rules. So to my mind, it makes sense that those policies relate really to the wording of the rules.
Okay, I'll leave you to carry on then. Sorry
Yep,
for the
no
interruption.
problem. It's okay.
Just while we're here, just on silent files, and I understand the point you're making around wanting, I suppose, clarification or refinement in regards to silent files being located within a land parcel. And I just from memory from yesterday, I think we're talking about a finite number of silent file sites. I think it was 16 in the operative plan, and now we're looking at 9 in the proposed plan. So it's a finite number. And I just, where I was going with the question is whether it would be I don't know the granular details of the sites in terms of the land parcels they're within, but I just wondered whether it would be appropriate if you were looking for a refinement there, amendment, whether it would be parcel brackets S, because they may be
there may be more than one
or
parcel.
two. So if it was at the boundary of the parcel and it just happened to be across 2, I just don't know the details of those. There would be an appropriate amendment to that to cover that.
Yep. And yeah, if it's a smaller number as 9, it would be a relatively easy job to check that.
Yeah, that's right. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah.
Yep, agree.
Okay, thank you. I didn't have any other questions at this stage.
Just carry on, Jennifer.
Thank you. So I'm at paragraph 22 in relation to policies P3 and P4. Just acknowledging there that those are the policies relating to allowing activities and managing activities on or adjacent to the scheduled sites. And it's recommended in the section 42A report to delete reference to scheduled and to delete the words operation, maintenance and repair or upgrading of existing utility network structures from policy P3 and add it to policy P4. Notified policies P3 and P4 are plan making policies which are implemented by the permitted activity rules and restricted discretionary activity rules respectively. Therefore, in my view, it is appropriate and necessary for plan consistency and legibility for policies P3 and P4 to refer specifically to scheduled SESM as the rules do. Just the point that Commissioner McMahon was querying me on. For the same reasons, it is my view that reference to maintenance and repair and upgrading of existing network utility structures should be retained in policy P3, as these activities are provided for as permitted activities and recommended rules R5 and R6. I note that recommended policy labelled PX, which relates to avoid destruction of SESM, which follows on in the documents from policy P4, is also a plan making policy related to recommended rule R21, which requires resource consent for demolition or destruction of the scheduled SESM as a non-complying activity. On this basis, I consider that it would be appropriate for a similar amendment to be made to recommended policy PX to include the word scheduled. Happy for me to carry on? Questions?
I am. I think just get to the end of you've got section. I think on
one more section. Yep.
Yeah. So just roll on through.
Great. So this next section relates to maintenance and repair and upgrading of network utility structures and the recommended rules R5 and R6, as well as the recommended rules R7 and R8. These recommended rules are in the section 42A report, recommended to replace notified rule R4. So while I concur with the reporting officer regarding provision for maintenance and repair of network utility structures as a permitted activity where there is no land disturbance and no change to the footprint of the structure, I consider that a non-binary consenting pathway should be provided for both maintenance and repair and upgrading of network utility structures, and that this pathway should include permitted, controlled and restricted discretionary activities, dependent particularly on the extent of land disturbance. So my analysis and my evidence concludes that permitted activity status is appropriate where there is no land disturbance and no change to the footprint of the structure, and provision of notice to specified parties has been made at least 10 working days prior to works commencing. Controlled activity status is appropriate for maintenance and repair activities where earthworks limits are met, and for upgrading activities where earthworks limits are met and there is no change for the footprint of the structure. In both cases, controlled activity status should also be contingent on provision of notice to specified parties, and the SASM in question should not be listed as a schedule in Schedule 3 as an URUPA. Restricted discretionary activity status is appropriate for maintenance and repair and upgrading activities not meeting the relevant permitted and/or controlled activity requirements. On this basis, in my view, recommended rules R7 and R8 relating to the upgrading of network utility structures should be deleted, and recommended rules R5 and R6 should be amended to provide the consenting pathways for maintenance and repair and upgrading of existing network utilities. My conclusions are based on the following points. Maintenance and repair and upgrading in relation to network utilities are both defined in the proposed plan. The definitions are narrow, relating only to those works that are necessary to continue the operation or functioning of those network utilities, and those works that increase carrying capacity, efficiency, security, or safety, where structures are of the same or similar location, scale, and character, respectively. The ongoing safe and efficient operation of existing network utilities is of critical importance, and works that meet the definition of maintenance and repair are required to be undertaken. Provision for maintenance and repair and upgrading enable efficient use and development of regionally, if not nationally, significant infrastructure. The least restrictive activity status needed to manage effects should be applied. In this case, where there is no land disturbance and the footprint remains unchanged, permitted activity status is, in my view, appropriate. Further, limits can be placed on volume, area, and location of earthworks so that maintenance and repair and upgrading activities undertaken as a controlled activity involve only a limited extent of earthworks, only in locations where earthworks have previously been undertaken, and only in locations not identified as a requirement in the schedule. Control can be reserved over methods for undertaking and managing the effects of the earthworks, and any advice received from Heritage New Zealand and Tangata Whenua to manage the effects of the earthworks. In Appendix 1, I have included a suggested controlled activity rule to be added to recommended rules R5 and R6, utilising the wording from the originally notified rule R4, which includes maximums for the area, volume and depth of earthworks for maintenance and repair and upgrading of above ground and underground structures, and a requirement that earthworks are limited to an area that has previously been disturbed by the existing network utility since August 2005. The Section 42A report includes discussion of a number of concerns related to controlled activity status. I've addressed these in my evidence and conclude that controlled activity status is appropriate. Demonstrating compliance with the controlled activity requirements, such as the limitation to areas previously disturbed, will be incumbent on the applicant. And if compliance cannot be demonstrated, then restricted discretionary activity status will apply. Further, the matters of control enable effects to be managed through conditions of consent, including monitoring by Tangata Whenua and/or archaeologists as appropriate. That was all I was going to cover, so happy to take questions.
Thank you, Jennifer. We'll start with Commissioner Coffin.
I didn't have any questions at this time.
Thank you. David?
Yes, just a couple from me, Ms. Carville. I mean, some of these issues were canvassed last week, particularly the activity hierarchy that you're introducing, and particularly the controlled activity one. And I'll come to that in a minute very briefly, but I just wanted to go back to your comment about the role of SASM P2, P3, P4, and PX, where you've said that they are plan making policies.
Yep.
And this issue came up yesterday in relation to some evidence from Ms. McPherson on behalf of the oil companies. And it also came up last week in relation to the verbal right of reply by Ms. O'Byrne when she was commenting on a potential inherent conflict that McPherson had raised between a directive policy and a less directive one later on, and the relationship between the two. So that's just the context of the question I'm going to ask you, and that is, how does the reader of the plan know that they are plan making policies, and can they be both plan making and consideration policies? Because I mean, I'm looking at SASM PX, which Ms. Ritchie has introduced alongside a discretionary activity rule. So I think she was anticipating that policy would be more than just a plan making policy. That would be a consideration when considering a discretionary activity. So how do you respond to that?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I think that a policy can be plan making and consideration.
Yes.
I think that, you know, obviously as planners, the words allow and manage and avoid sort of signal specific things very clearly to us, and I completely appreciate that the other users of the plan wouldn't necessarily get those clear messages, but I do think that a policy can be plan making and provide guidance for consideration of consent applications.
On that basis, I mean, having a look at P2, P3, P4, and P5. Oh, sorry, well, and it's now PX, the new one. Do they both have elements of plan making and consideration to them?
I was reading P3, P4, and PX as being the plan making ones, and I think that yes, they do include consideration matters in them.
Okay. Thank you for that. That's useful.
Which is a little different from some of the other policies and
yes,
other plan.
Yes. I don't really have any specific questions for you on the rule framework. What I'm taking from that is that where there's a point of difference between you and Ms. Ritchie, it really relates to controlled activities. And your view is that the situations in which controlled activities would be triggered are narrow, because of the narrow definition of upgrade, and the parameters or preconditions that you're suggesting should be in place for it to be considered a controlled activity. So there already has to be disturbance and that sort of thing.
Yeah. Yes.
So the actual use of the controlled activity might not actually be that frequent. I mean, you might go straight to restricted discretionary, for example, depending on.
Yes, that's correct. And in fact, my understanding of Greymouth's activities are that certainly some of their maintenance and repair and upgrading activities wouldn't be able to meet those volume and area limits, for example.
Yes.
So they would fall to restricted discretionary.
Yeah, and that's quite clear. And those limits would be clearly specified. There would be certainty to the plan user as to whether they were permitted, controlled, or restricted discretionary.
That's correct.
Yes. And just remind me, what's the situation that triggers movement from restricted discretionary to fully discretionary? I've got your appendix A open if that helps.
Just let me refresh my the way I have recommended the drafting of the rule. There are no standards relating to the restricted discretionary activity category, and therefore there would be no activity that fell to discretionary.
Okay, thank you. Okay, just finally, if it transpired that there was some further conferencing or caucusing on this matter, would you be willing to take part in that?
Yep, yes, definitely. Yep.
Okay. That was all from me, Stephen. Thank you.
Thank you, David. I have no questions myself on the detail of the rules. I was just reflecting a little bit on your section 32 AA section, paragraph 80, Jennifer.
Yes.
It's pretty thin in terms of an assessment. Do you think it's as straightforward as what you say? Because as you know, either if the staff recommended to us after hearing the evidence, they'd have to basically work through the 4 parts of section 32 AA. And if we didn't agree with them, we'd have to do that ourselves to acknowledge any changes. So just any thoughts about the simplicity of your 32 AA analysis and whether you'd like to expand it all or you think you need to?
Yeah, thanks. There's one thing I'm very conscious of when I'm writing my evidence, the length, and so I acknowledge it is brief, and I haven't tried to labour my section 32 AA assessments more than I think is necessary. In this case, I think that the key parts of the amendments that I've suggested actually take it back closer to the notified provisions with regard to that activity status with the earthworks limitations where those activities were provided for, and therefore I'm reasonably comfortable that it doesn't need extensive assessment.
Well, I think that's fair, and thanks for that answer. And look, just an observation, Commissioner McMahon and I, we have had the experience of a reasonably detailed site visit of the Greymouth operations, and the operations manager that took us around actually showed us very clearly that the maintenance sort of activities that are undertaken at these sites, described some of the potential upgrading. So we've got a clear view on the ground, so that's appreciated. I've thanked Greymouth for that before, but I think for us, understanding those operations and then looking at what you're proposing makes sense. So we'll hear back from the staff in terms of any comments they have on your suggestions, particularly around this reintroduction of the scheduled term and the policies. I do recall that was very deliberately deleted in Joe's 42A report for a range of reasons. So this just gives her an opportunity to reflect some more on that and come back to us. So thank you very much. And Karen, thanks for your help as well, just with your submissions. Any closing remarks from either of you just before we move on?
No, thank you, Commissioner. I don't have any further comments to make, but
no further comments from me either. Thank you for your time today.
Yes,
always.
And apologies for the fire alarm.
It was sort of, I don't know, it was sort of, we were wondering where it was coming from. Obviously, it could come from a number of microphones, and then I think Joe and Julie wondered whether it might be something outside here. So, yeah, it's sort of a good way to keep us awake at the start of the morning. Thank you very much. we'll probably see you again at some other hearings, I suspect. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right, Mr. Morrison. He's online, isn't he? Yes.
Morena again, and thank you for the opportunity of addressing the panel. I put in a short written submission yesterday, and I understand that it's been circulated to the commissioners and they will have read it.
Yes.
So I won't reread it. I'll just address the main points.
Thank you.
The first is that we, and that is me and my fellow trustees of the remnants of our family farm, are fully supportive of the identification and protection of sites which are of significance to Māori. That is not an issue. What is an issue is the complete absence of any evidence supporting the identification of site with the identifier 177, which is on our property. And I think there are two things which highlight the lack of evidence. The first is that there is nothing on the ground to indicate that this is a site which would have the obvious hallmarks of significance, as for example, a pā or a fortified village or a urupā. The second is that, as the Section 42A report acknowledges, the council doesn't have any evidence to show that site 177 has any significance, and in essence is leaving it to others to bring forward that evidence. And that is an entirely unsatisfactory position for the affected property owners to be put in, where even today, appearing before the panel, we simply do not know what evidence has been put forward, if any, nor what evidence might exist to establish the identity of site 177. And our concerns are probably highlighted by the evidence of Mr. McCurdy, which is Appendix 5 to the Section 42A report, where he makes a recommendation, the absence of any compelling evidence of it being an archaeological site, it should not be listed as such. Well, I would have thought the absence of any evidence at all. And I see on the screen somebody's put up an aerial plan.
Yes, John, it's just so we can just see sort of the lie of the land and the geography of where you are. And
yeah.
You can talk to this if you would like. We just like to follow things on the maps of where submitters' properties are.
I have a map which is, or an aerial photograph, which is also from Mr. McCurdy's report. Have you got that one?
Yes, can you tell us the page number that map?
It should be on page 25 and 26 of his appendix.
Right, 25, and yes, thank you. We have that. Thank you, John.
And if we're all looking at the same one, which is this one,
yes,
to the left-hand side of it, there's a red triangle, which is indicated as site 177.
Yes.
On the operative site. But for the proposed site, it's shifted over 100 meters to the right, so that it is now indicated by a little green triangle. And that indicates to me that whatever evidence might have been in existence back in the 1990s when the site was first identified, didn't exist to support its continuing recognition as a site, and instead undisclosed new evidence has shifted it to another location. And Mr. McCurdy's recommendation is that if the site is kept in the plan as a site of significance to Maori, the updated location is more appropriate than the previous operative location. However, the extent may not be appropriate given the lack of suitable archaeological evidence. I would simply add to that, that at least from the landowner's perspective, there is simply no evidence at all as to the location or the verification or the significance of this site. And absent that, it should not be on the plan and it should not be listed in the schedule. And my concluding submission would be that it is too late for evidence to be brought forward, because that undermines the present process, which presupposes that all of the evidence should be before the Commission and affected parties have had the opportunity to consider it and respond to it. There hasn't been that, and the process is flawed from that perspective. I don't need to take any more of your time, but I'm happy to answer questions.
Yes, we may have some questions. So Commissioner Coffin, do you have any questions?
Well, thank you, Mr. Morrison. Perhaps I don't have any questions for you because you've articulated your concerns very well and clearly to me. I probably have a question more for the Section 42A report writer, just in terms of has there been any other evidence? Because I'm been privy to Mr. McCurdy's appendix, which and the other commissioners have read. So we've received the information that you're currently looking at as well. And those, Mr. McCurdy was with us yesterday and he is online with us today, and he presented his report. And so we've got those recommendations he's made. But I just want to ask the Section 42A report writers, is there any other evidence that we should be aware of that supports the inclusion of this particular site?
The only other evidence is that the Mana Whenua group in relation to this site has supported the retention of the site as a SASM only, not an archaeological site, but that is the only thing at this stage. They may well bring forth additional evidence when they speak tomorrow.
Okay, so just to confirm, we have this archaeological assessment that was done by Mr. McCurdy, and we don't at the present time have any specific information around significance from a Māori perspective. Okay, thank you.
No, we don't. It might be useful to ask Mr. McCurdy about the history of that site, perhaps in terms of the archaeology.
Yes, Mr. McCurdy, would you like to address us on that, please?
Yes, hello. Yes, so this has a bit of a complicated history, this one. The original recording of it was from, I can't remember exactly when it was, probably in the 80s from memory, was not
81,
undertaken. Yeah, it wasn't undertaken by a professional archaeologist. And because of that, the original evidence was drawn into question. So that was what prompted me to revisit the site. So that map that is on page 26 of my appendix, that is the original map. Yes, that's the one. That's the original map provided by the original recording. I have surveyed that entire area and I identified what was identified originally, but in my opinion, it does not meet the features I found do not meet the standard required to be considered archaeological features. And therefore, there isn't enough archaeological evidence to include it in the plan. So that's the reason why I have recommended that if it is in the plan, the most appropriate place is the new green location, because that is the location indicated in the original archaeological recording. So hopefully that clarifies that I don't think that the site is archaeological, but if it is recorded, that is the location that it was originally identified as.
Dan, who recorded the site? Is that evident?
Yes, it's the name I believe was Dave Rawson, who has recorded quite a few sites in and around that area up into the Maunga.
Daniel, would that recording have been like from aerial photography, or would it have been from?
I believe he visited the site.
He visited the site. Okay.
Yes, that's my understanding. I could check that and get back to you. But given how much detail he's provided on the ground for all of these sites that he's recorded, he almost certainly visited them on the ground.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, I could, if you like, I can, if you give me just a moment, I can double check the site record form for that and tell you right now.
Commissioner Dash, it's Sarah Muckle here. Just if I could add, so Ngāti Te Whiti are bringing some additional kōrero to their presentation this afternoon as well.
Okay. So Mr. Morrison, you might want to listen into that. Sorry, I'll take my mask off. It's difficult. So thank you for that update, Sarah. So Dan, did you find the record?
Yes, to answer Commissioner Coffin's question, the nature of the information in the original record was personal reconnaissance and investigation with T. Weston of Egmont Park Board staff. So my reading of that is that yes, it was a site visit.
Yes. And the date?
That is, so it was recorded within NZAA in 1981. So I'd say this, the site visit was February 1981.
Okay, so that gives us some dates. So yes, Commissioner Coffin, any other questions?
No, I didn't have any other questions. That's the extent of the information that's available to us at the moment.
And I believe that site record form will be at the end of my appendix as well.
Oh, yeah.
If I've done my job correctly.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner McMahon, do you have any questions?
No, I don't, sir. That's very clear.
Yes, and thank you for your time, Mr. Morrison. The process is that the councillors follow with this is as per what's required under the Act. There was a process we heard about yesterday about sites that are coming in that are new, that there's a consultation process around that. Joe, was this in the previous plan or was this?
Yes, it was in the previous plan, and as I've investigated further into this particular site, I did note in my report that it was in very early and probably has not actually up till now been consulted on in respect of the site itself. So I appreciate Mr. Morrison's concerns about that. So this is probably the first time he's been able to know about the site and to look into it. And the other aspect of it is that a lot of the sites were incorrectly located initially. So the red triangle was the initial location and obviously was incorrect.
Yes.
So I appreciate his concerns about the process. We've tried to obviously improve as we've gone along and get some of the very old recordings. They are a little uncertain and perhaps not as correct as they could now be because of additional tools like GPS, etc., and greater techniques, as Dan was referring to yesterday.
So thank you for that, Joe, and thank you, Mr. Morrison, for bringing this matter to our attention. We'll certainly wait with interest to see any further evidence coming forward as part of our hearing. And if there's any follow-up that we think might be needed with you and Mana Whenua and the council, we'll perhaps make that known to the staff when we wrap up at the end of Wednesday afternoon/evening by the look of things. So thank you. Any other questions from you, John?
No, I will endeavour to listen in this afternoon, but in the event that there is a matter which is brought forward and I'm not able to hear it, I'd be grateful if somebody could send me a little note and give me an opportunity to respond.
Yes, probably not. Yeah, look, we record these sessions, so we'll be able to give, if you're not online, we'll be able to send you a note, and then I think if there's new material that is valid, I'm sure Joe will be back in touch. Yes. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Morrison.
Mr. McCurdy's put his hand up.
Mr. McCurdy, yes, you had something else for us?
Yes, I just wanted to, I noted before that the site record form is included in my evidence. Just wanted to get on record that on my appendix, it is on pages 205 to 210. And that's the entirety of the original NZAA record form.
Yes, thank you. I'm sure Commissioner Coughlin would know that off by heart by now, but thank you for putting that on the record for us.
Well, thank you.
Right, thank you very much. We now have Mr. Keat. Is Mr. Keat available? He is here. Here in person. Yes.
Got 7 copies.
Right.
Do I get those to you now?
Hand those up. The other commissioners got a copy of these?
No, they haven't.
Okay. So commissioners, yeah, so Julie's going to get a copy of these through to you through her Whizbang IT skills. So I think we'll just pause for a moment while we organise that, Mr. Keat, and then we can go from there. It would be a problem if we were on the room, but
exactly.
Yeah. That's right. Thank you. That's on its way to you now, David and Antoine. I think just to start, Mr. Keaton, they'll catch up, I'm sure.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You have a copy of my submission with regard to site 2633, review for the draft annual plan. You also have a copy of the archaeological review, which on the front page isn't the site of the park, some 100 metres away, so I do not know how that error occurred. but it certainly isn't the correct picture of the site.
Is that in Mr. McCurdy's evidence?
Yeah, is that whole report in your evidence?
Yep, 56.
56.
Is my mute on? No. Oh, sorry, I'm talking aloud there. Here, page 56.
Yes, page 56.
Yes, there's also an additional evidence in a separate report that was done for this, but I'm assuming that Dan has referred to the same material in his report that he has in the separate report for the site.
Yes,
Dan, would you like to confirm that?
Yes, so I have referred to my report, but the full report is not included in my evidence.
Okay, so
So in other words, you don't have this report.
we don't have a copy of that report, no.
That's rather disappointing.
So are these reports, these are the full reports?
No, that there's only a few sites that have actually had particular reports done for them. And so this was additional in order to determine whether the site was a particular site or not. And yes, unfortunately, we don't. It is referred to obviously in Mr. McCurdy's Appendix 1. He refers to the report, but we haven't actually appendicized that report.
Yes.
So we can provide it to you though.
Yes, well, I think that's very important. And I think, Mr. Keat, I think we'll proceed because it seems like the report's been referenced by Mr. McCurdy, and certainly the staff have that report. But if we think at the end of the discussion, we perhaps need to see the report and maybe ask us.
I think it has a lot of relevance, and I refer to it quite frequently in the document, but I'm happy to proceed, provided that the commissioners have access to it.
We will certainly
read it.
We will certainly get it and we will certainly read it. You can be guaranteed about that. So just double checking, David and Antoine, you've got Mr. Keith's statement now? Yes, thank you. Right.
As you're probably aware, I'm aggrieved with the inclusion of my property in the draft annual plan. Prior to purchasing the land in 2008, I checked with the site for Waihi Tapu by purchasing a limb from the New Plymouth District Council on the 15th of May 2008. On the area marked specific information relating to the property, I asked for information on the Waihi Tapu sites and zoning. The limb stated the New Plymouth District Council does not identify a Waihi Tapu site on this property. In 2008, New Plymouth District Council contracted Geometria to provide and verify the locations of archaeological and Waihi Tapu sites to the district plan. The process of locating Te Ringa Park on my property is seriously flawed. I must admit now that without that report, I'm presuming the commissioners realise we are talking about Te Ringa Park. As I'm a simple layperson, I was able to ascertain the true location of Te Ringa Park within minutes of a Google search. This leads me to doubt the ability of the company doing the work and their qualifications to do so, especially without a peer review. I believe the process is open to serious errors. I was informed that the local hapu had been consulted and verified the location of Te Ringa Park being at site 2633. On recommendation from another archaeologist, I requested case notes relating to the research work to ascertain and verify the data, but to no avail, once again proving the process is flawed. I believe no research had been done before the draft annual plan change letters were sent. This is evident by the change in location after receiving my submission, as I was notified it was Te Ringa Park on my property, not any other park. The process needs to be adjusted correctly again. Geometria had 10 years to complete this work, but changed their mind in a few months after my submission. At the meeting on site on the 13th of November, Daniel McCurdy of Geometria stated, I drove past the site and thought it might be a park. and based his inclusion in the district plan upon this thought, managing to find the name Te Ringa Park to justify his thought. While I agree the location of Te Ringa Park is of significance and importance to Maori, it's known by local hapu and is well documented with plans and dimensions. I therefore support its inclusion in the annual plan in the correct location, not site 2633. The report has now concluded that site 2633 isn't the location of the Te Ringa Park, a process that should have been completed prior to the inclusion in the draft plan. It begs the question, how did local hapu verify site 2633 as the location of Te Ringa Park? With further research completed by Geometria, they have found that Te Ringa Park is approximately in the approximate area, but not at site 2633. This clearly shows an error has been made by Geometria and local Maori in the location of Te Ringa Park. It is a shame that this important piece of history has been overlooked by incompetence. It now brings me to the research that I find a note on the plan of the 1990, there was an old park at site 266, yet it did not show on the same plan of 1879. Neither plan showed the location of Te Ringa Park, a more documented park of certain significance to Maori. I asked the hearing to consider there could have been an error back in 1919, as there had been in 2019, in marking a park in the wrong location. I now refer to the research completed and included in the summary of evidence for site 2633, which is obviously in the document that you don't have. I quote, "There is only poor visual evidence of the site on the ground with only unclear surface features that are not conclusively archaeological in nature. It is likely that subsurface evidence of the site is still present in some form on the property. The physical evidence for the site is borderline for inclusion in NZAA records." Walton and Pirkett, 1999, page 45. But historic evidence is substantial. The topography of the site location is a suitable location for a park, but is not significant evidence in itself. Beside the aforementioned historic maps, there is no collaborating evidence from any historic text to confirm that a pa was present on the property. Thus, it was likely abandoned by the time of early Taranaki wars. Otherwise, it would most likely have been mentioned in text from the wars, unquote. There would be a very remote chance of there being any subsurface evidence on the site, as prior to the inclusion in the 2019 draft plan, there had been a forest on the site, as can be seen in the aerial photo dated 1950, figure 11 on page 21 of the report. We can't determine when the forest was removed, but when purchasing the property in 2008, the hill was covered in decaying tree stumps. These were subsequently removed with a 12-ton digger. As this work was in progress, the top of the hill was levelled and a track cut on the northern face to assist with the work. The contractor at the time noted it was virgin clay. Some years later, a further scraping was completed to remove dense spores that had grown. These pictures can be seen on page 12, once again showing virgin clay. The assumption in the evidence on page 13 that there was a terrace or ditch is incorrect, as this was installed by the owner, as was the levelling of the top of the hill when the tree stumps were removed. These references are to the district, to the report. So without that, my submission is becoming very invalid, unfortunately.
What I think we'll do, Mr. Kidd, I think we will find the report and bring it up online so you can take us to these references.
I'm trying to send it to Julie, but it's so large. So I can have it printed out if that's easier.
Can Christine access it? She could transfer it in the drawings.
Oh,
yes. Yes. Look, I think we'll take a break.
Yep.
While the staff organise that report so we can actually bring it up online, because we normally take a break for a cup of tea around this time anyway. So we'll adjourn till 11:15, and we'll come back and we'll have that report available. Thank you very much.
Oh, Stephen.
Yes.
Yeah, just before we go to the break, a question for Mr. McCurdy in the section 42A authors, and they can come back to us after the break. I just want to really be clear what's the actual recommendation for the site, because it does seem on page 56 of the appendix 1, it seems to be contradictory. There's both remove the site and also the site extent should be retained. So I just want to be really clear about what's being recommended to us.
We are definitely wanting to remove the reference to Te Rerenga Pa because that's the incorrect site, but we still think there is a site there. So the extent currently remains.
Okay.
Right, thank you. We'll come back and reconvene at 2:45. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Keat. We're now back online, and his report. It would be good if you just take us through the photographs and information you refer to.
Yeah.
And Julie can
have the other commissioners got that report, or is that only up here?
They're seeing that. Everyone's seeing that live.
Okay. Yeah. Yes. So they don't physically have it. That's okay.
Yes, they will have it though. They will get it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Some of the references I made earlier. There is everybody back online?
Yes, we are.
The voted dated on page 21 of the document. It's a photo dated 1950, figure 11, which shows the area is completely covered in trees.
Yes. Do you think they're native trees, or they're gone now, are they?
They were gone when I purchased the property. In fact, they were literally decaying stumps when I purchased the property in 2008. So there were two very large, well, there's three large macrocarpa there. When I purchased the place, we felled two of them.
Yes.
But the other one is still remaining on site and is evident in that picture on the front page. That's the size of them. So I've no idea of aging trees.
Yes.
But they've been there for
a long time.
A while, but macrocarpa wouldn't be a native.
No. Thank you. Anything else you'd like us to?
And then on page 13, it shows on the bottom picture the main platform and the terrace and ditch to the left of it.
Yes.
And that is what I refer to as when the tree stumps were removed, as you can imagine, they were large stumps and taken out with a digger. That main platform, the area marked as a main platform, was leveled to be in the state it is now. Yes. It was not like that at the time. And the terrace ditch area that is supposedly marked was an area that was dug out with the digger to actually pull the roots out. So that was put in by the contractor at the time. So it was not a ditch terrace situation. It was an access roadway for getting access to the site and assisting in removing the tree stumps from the complete site, the top and both sides. We had stumps all over it.
Okay, thank you.
So that's where I think we got to.
Yes.
Then moving on to the conclusions and recommendations, the report has detailed evidence that site 2633 was a part based entirely on DP 1055, which is also in the document. I hadn't written a page number, unfortunately. And the 1919 and 1925 broad plans, which both also appear in the document, which portray an old par site on this location. There's a notation on the plan that shows that. Yet Te Ringa Pa location, which is well documented, does not get a mention. And unless an error was made on the placement on the map, it should have been in its true location of where Te Ringa is. So the notation I'm putting forward that the old PAR notation was incorrectly put on the map of 1919 when it did not appear on the map of 1879. Taking into account the old PAR notation at site 2633, there is no evidence of a name or any history associated with it. The report merely mentions the possibility it was abandoned by the time of the early Taranaki Wars. Even the submission by Glenn Skipper of Ngāti Tapu Hapu gives no further justification of it being a PAR, other than supporting the officer's report, which has already proved to be erroneous when it comes to the location of PAR, Taringa PAR being the prime example. That Hapu had also approved the wrong location of Taringa PAR. Puketapu Hapu simply noted there was a PAR called Taringa PAR located close to site 2633, but didn't give any further information on the old PAR notation. I say to the hearing, the 2008 LIM report from New Plymouth District Council was correct in saying there are no wahi tapu on this site. With the lack of any detail or history related to words old PAR on site 2633, even when Ngāti Tapu Hapu and Puketapu Hapu were given the opportunity to present more substantiating evidence, means it has no significance to Maori, and without a name, history and detail has no interest and use to the New Zealand population, therefore should not be included in the annual plan. Well, take any questions.
Thank you for your submission. Commissioner Coffin, do you have any questions?
Sorry, I'm just getting back to my screen there. I just wonder if, I suppose in the first instance, one, it would be good to get the full report, because I think a number of my questions are probably going to be answered in there. I'm quite interested in the context of the site, like where is it located and respect of other things in that area. Yeah, I feel I'm a little bit at a disadvantage, because I think if I ask questions, they're all going to be in the report. So I feel like I need to get the report and read it and then be in a more informed position. It does appear to me that from what the current material I have read is that there's an acknowledgement that this place is not Te Rerenga PAR, that's located close by, but not this particular place. However, the archaeologist has, and I'll need to read the report, that this is a PAR site, but it's not Te Rerenga PAR. It's another, at this present time, an unnamed PAR, and we might hear some further evidence from the Hapu in regards to that. So I don't have any specific questions, Mr. Chair, other than I'd like to receive a report and have a read of it. And I'm just wondering if there is any subsequent questions or matters that arise out of receiving that report, how we might deal with that.
I think we would put them in writing probably.
Okay. I can certainly have a read. If we get it today, I can have a read of it tonight and provide some questions tomorrow if we can be really, I can be really efficient with that. But other than that, I can't only ask any questions at the moment, sorry.
Yes. Look, we're talking about really next steps at the end of any other questions. Commissioner McMahon.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm in a similar position to Commissioner Coffin. What I've taken from the presentation from Mr. Keats is three things. One is that this is unlikely to be Te Rerenga PAR. Secondly, the issue is whether it's another PAR or other site of significance. And thirdly, if that is the case, is it still intact, or have the works that he's referred to and which page 21 and page 13 deal with, have those works destroyed or damaged that that site in any material manner. So that they are the three key issues, particularly issues 2 and 3 for me, but like Commissioner Coffin, I guess I still need to hear the evidence that's going to come forward from iwi, and I would like to have some opportunity for Mr. McCurdle to reflect on that and the evidence that Mr. Keats has provided today, which is very interesting evidence. So I'm just reserving my position on this at the moment, Mr. Chair, and in light of further evidence and further clarifications.
Yes, I think as we did heard when Mr. Morrison gave his evidence, we'll go to Mr. McCurdy just for any update he'd like to give us at this stage of the hearing, and then we'll see from Sarah Marco whether there's specific evidence or information around this coming to us. So perhaps Mr. McCurdy, any follow-up comments from you, please?
Yes, thank you. Yes, my apologies that report didn't come through to you all. I understand it is very difficult to discuss a report that you haven't read. I would just say that, yes, I stand by the conclusions of my report, and basically the summary that I provided in my report, that there isn't good evidence on the ground of the site. I definitely agree on that, but there is very good historical evidence for the site. It's unfortunate that there's been a confusion around the naming, but it is very clear that that site is not Te Rerenga Pā. It is another as yet unnamed pā. But yeah, happy to take any more questions in the future once you've read the report.
Yes, thank you. Sarah, is this one we'll be hearing some more information on from the hapu submissions?
Yes, I understand. Ngāti Tāwhirikura will be speaking to that this afternoon, and Puketapu may also be touching on it as well.
Puketapu is speaking to us on Wednesday, is that right?
Sorry, they're both speaking today, actually.
Both speaking today. Right. So Mr. Keats, we're in the same position now, I think, with Mr. Morrison. If you could be available to listen this afternoon, I think that would be very helpful. And I think we'll just make a note that once we receive that information, once we receive and fully read the report you referred to, we may want to talk to you again. It will probably be on Wednesday, and you could either come to us or Zoom in. I think that's the best course of action if you're happy with that.
I just raised the point in being notified that by the District Council that the name Te Rerenga Pā was the pā on my site, which is 2633. How can we now change and say that it's now not that pā, it's something else? I believe we're going through a formal process. So I've been notified as Te Rerenga Pā. I've proven, and it has been proven, it is not Te Rerenga Pā. How can you now come in and say, oh, but we think it might be something else?
Well, I think that's the evidence we'll hear. So, and we have the powers to hear the evidence and decide what ultimately goes into the district plan. And on Te Rerenga Pā, on this site, we'll hear and make some decisions ourselves about on the balance of the evidence what we recommend goes into the plan. So it's a investigation into the evidence about this area. I just didn't have one question. Just the archaeologist that you mentioned on your page 1. Is that who is that? Can you?
It is another local archaeologist who would not could not be employed, but I discussed it with him at early stages.
Okay, because he had a conflict or could not. Okay, but
he was adamant there should have been serious case notes and details about the site, saying how it was formulated, how the information came forward, and giving history. But none of that was available to me. It wasn't until after my submission this report was done, and it clarified a lot of things, in fact, proving it wasn't Te Rerenga Pā.
All right, so that's what we call hearsay. We can't sort of take that on board
That's
unless
fine.
he came and talked to us directly, or she. So yes, let's leave it at that. We will.
Can I ask what time the other submissions are being made?
Yes, so we do have a schedule. Just remind us.
It will be towards the end of the day. I can email you a half-hour warning.
That would be great. Can you text me, please? 0274 447 106.
Stephen, I've just got a couple of questions of clarification, if that's okay. And I noticed Mr. McCurdy's got his hand up also.
Yes, okay. I'm very not really seeing easily those hands.
Yes,
so,
no, that's fine. I'm relying on Julie.
You go ahead, David.
Okay. I guess the first clarification is to Mr. McCurdy. It may well be in the report, but I'll ask it now while he's online, and that is he aware of the works that Mr. Keats has described that were undertaken since Mr. Keats purchased the property in 2008, namely the removal of the trees and the work by the digger to flatten that terrace and remove the tree stumps and deep-seated roots. Was he aware of those works being undertaken?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, to answer that question, I was aware of the works that have been undertaken at the site. It's quite obvious when you visit the site. There's been extensive, fairly modern earthworks undertaken on the site.
Yes, and I guess the supplementary question to that, Mr. McCurdy, is how has that left the site in terms of its presentation? Has there been destruction of any archaeological material?
Yes, that's basically the reason why the site no longer looks like a past site anymore. So I would say my conclusion on it is that it is visually destroyed, but that doesn't mean that it is definitively destroyed any subsurface remnants of the site, which is why I think recording it would still be appropriate.
I'm just making a note of that, thank you. So do you say physically or visually or both destroyed?
Visually destroyed, so it no longer looks like a past site, really.
Yes. Is there likely to be physical remnants of material subsurface?
Based on my excavation of similar visually destroyed past sites in the district, I suspect there would be evidence subsurface still remaining, but obviously I can't tell that without actually getting in and investigating it.
Yes. Okay.
Can I just raise the point here?
Yes.
If you refer to on page 12 of the report, there's pictures of the site taken on the site visit in November 2019. We'll give you an indication of that was when the gorse was cleared.
Okay, we'll make a note of that. Go ahead, David.
Yes, and just finally, and this will sound pedantic, Mr. Keats should refer consistently to the annual plan. This, of course, is the district plan, but I can understand the difference, and it's just two different procedures. But I thought I'd just mention that for posterity.
Sorry about my error.
No, that's fine. Nothing in it. That was all from me, Stephen. Thank you.
Yes. And Dan, did you have something else to say in terms of?
Yes, you just asked that question earlier about the other archaeologist, and I can answer that question if it's helpful.
I'm not sure whether Mr. Keats has wanted to disclose that. Is there some?
Well, once again, it will be hearsay.
Yes. So that's fine. We'll just leave that at the moment, I think.
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
In any small town, small businesses always have a conflict of interest.
Yes. All right, so thank you. We'll be in touch again. And thank you for your presentation. And we will move now to Mr. Honeyfield. Thank you. Who is online, as I understand it.
Yep, that's me, if you can hear me, is that right?
Yes, we can, thank you.
Good. I will admit I was caught off guard a little bit by the depth of conversation and the quality of the people that are speaking so far. So this is going to possibly be an easy one for you, I think. And so I'll, because of people I'm talking to, I might just add a bit at the end, which has become evident to me, but I'll read this out. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, our homestead belongs to a family trust of which I am a trustee. My name is Kevin Honeyfield and I have the support of our wider family. Our target is to get 297.288 disallowed from the Heritage Taranaki submission. Our family has farmed the land and occupied the homestead for 153 years. With no prior contact or understanding of what the homestead means to the family, it was highly offensive and very shallow of Heritage Taranaki to include our property in their submission. It's like they've called in the taxidermist to skin mama bear while her cubs are still in the den. Make no mistake, the Honeyfield homestead is not a well-preserved early colonial house that you could compare to, say, the Gables at Brooklands Park. It was a simple farmhouse when built. It has been modified many times over the years, either by lifestyle changes or by replacing aging, rotting timber. It now has aluminium windows, jib board, wall linings, electricity, and even indoor plumbing. We reserve the right to continue to change the house as we see fit without another layer of regulations put upon us. Our family was the first, I'm going to try and put a picture up here. Our family was the first No, I'm not, sorry. Can you see that?
Not yet, no.
No, I'll ignore all this.
Is it a photograph that you've got on your computer, Mr. Honeyfield?
Yes, it is. It's I may just have to hold one up. I practiced this and it's not working, so
Yeah, it's frustrating.
I'll just move it.
Hold it up to us. We can see.
Okay, so it's about the red line there with the 200-metre radius. So I'll put the picture down if you can see that. So
Yes.
in the middle is our house,
Yes.
and within the radius of 200 metres is our whole infrastructure of our dairy farm, which includes the milking shed, silage bunker, calf rearing sheds, dairy effluent storage, a farm cottage and office, parts of 8 different grazing paddocks, feed pad, machinery sheds, animal health care facilities, electricity and water supply. And since this photo was taken, we've actually put a research area in there, which does require soil disturbance, of course. And to have to gain a resource consent to do any of that, we just see as a frustrating, pointless exercise. So I'll just try and summarise. I lost it a bit there, sorry. In 2020, we attended the AGM of Heritage Taranaki. We made ourselves known and were given the opportunity to explain our opposition to their submission. To be fair, most of those present were sympathetic to our cause, and they explained to us their intention was never to impose any restrictions upon us. They just wanted to have the property flagged as a possible place of interest for future landowners. A 3-way email chain followed between District Council, Heritage Taranaki and ourselves to clarify the facts of what would be the outcome if our homestead was placed on the schedule, whether it's verified or not. This clarification enforced our viewpoint that 297.288 should be disallowed, and are also encouraged that that the council section 42A report also rejects 297.288. We do, however, remain deeply concerned that the homestead could be placed on the schedule either now or in the future, and that our family's heritage is being targeted unnecessarily through the wrong channels. And basically that's what I had. What's important to us, I think, this is our family that is the point of interest for some guy on a computer who looked up on it, the Pukiriki Kiti site, and thought, oh, we'll just chuck that in as an archaeological site. And we feel very much victimized, if you like, and you guys are a lot more in the forefront of this whole archaeological site thing. So how do we protect our family's heritage in the years to come, so in the future someone doesn't start trying to make our family an archaeological site? That is the way we see it. The house is very dear to us. It's been brought back from the dead several times through, it shouldn't have been lived in, but we have continued to live in it. It's our business, no one else's. And to put the history there, like the first Mrs. Honeyfield that lived in the house, she was the first half-caste Maori Pākehā born in Taranaki. She was a 10-year-old child on the Tory when Wakefield was trying to barter for land prior to the Treaty of Waitangi. She moved into the house when she was 40 years old, and now 7 generations later, in the same bedroom, we still occupy the house. It's our business. So sorry about that. That's the end.
No, certainly don't apologise. We, as I said at the start, we're here to hear and understand and listen to the information and the facts. So thank you very much for presenting your evidence. I know it's sometimes difficult when you're talking about personal matters. You're at home, and I just wanted to clarify through the staff that your property is not being recommended be included in the.
It's not, no, it was part of the Heritage Taranaki overall list that was submitted, and we have not recommended that these be included.
Yes.
And as I referred to yesterday, there's some confusion between what the provisions for pre-1900 buildings would mean for the site. Seems we have excluded those buildings that are in the plan, not Mr. Honeyfield's, from all of the rules except total demolition and earthworks on the site. So it certainly would partly answer his concerns, but in actual fact, we have rejected those submissions in any case.
All right. So if we accept your recommendations, the Honeyfields homestead would not.
That's correct.
Appear in the district plan, but it is still a pre-1900 site, so it has that status under the Heritage New Zealand Koiri Tonga Act, which is another piece of legislation that the Heritage New Zealand people administer. Do you understand that, Honeyfield?
Yeah, we do realise we don't necessarily agree with that. We understand that the heritage people wanting to preserve things and that, but yeah, we do understand.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that update, Joe. Antoine or David, do you have any questions for Mr. Honeyfield?
I just had the one question, and you've already asked it. Was about, because my understanding was it wasn't recommended to be scheduled, that those submissions of Taranaki Heritage in this regard had been rejected. So if we're of a mind to agree to that, then it would be scheduled. My understanding also is that the homestead, the Greenwood Honeyfield homestead, is not listed on the Heritage New Zealand list either. That's my current understanding.
We'd like to keep it that way.
Yeah. Okay. I didn't have any other questions, but thank you very much, Mr. Honeyfield, for your submission. David?
Mr. Honeyfield, very clear submissions. I understand your position. And I also understand the office recommendation, which supports your position. So no further questions from me.
Yes. Just to be, you probably weren't listening last week when we had some other hearings about historic heritage sites. Mr. Bruce did give us some evidence on behalf of Heritage New Zealand and was going to provide a list of potential sites on the list they are looking to bring forward into the plan for us to potentially have a look at. I haven't seen that list yet, but
They have received it.
yes, we'll just check with the staff to see what's happened to that. I call it perhaps a short list of the 100 and something sites they suggested. The legal situation, Mr. Honeyfield, is anyone can make a submission on a plan requesting changes. That's what Heritage New Zealand's done. People have got an opportunity to have a further submission and support or oppose that, which you've done. And then we just have to look at all the information and make a decision whether to support the staff's recommendation or not. So that's where we're at. We're just gathering information. So if your site was on one of these shortlisted areas, I think, and we did want to have a look, we'd have to be in touch, but I'm not sure because I haven't seen the.
It's not listed.
Okay, it's not on. So it's not on Mr. Bruce's shortlist. So you can probably rest a bit easier just on that basis.
Yeah, that's good. Good to hear. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you for the Zoom contribution. And I must say, I'm in your camp. I try not to try and manoeuvre things up myself because it's frustrating when you fail to load things. But yes, really appreciate your attendance, and just look out for the final recommendations from us. Thank you.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, Linda Gray. Have you got other supporting people? Certainly come up to the table. We have a your written submission.
Yes, thank you.
And we've read it, so you might just be comfortable reading it to us, or
No.
highlighting key matters, maybe we'll call it highlights.
That's right, highlights.
Yes, discussion. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, okay, right. I'm Linda Graham today. I've got Sue Phillips with me.
So
And so the whole reason why we put the submission to the council was that way back, the family have been on the land for 150 years, and we are associated with the local harbor, the freehold shareholders on that land. That was a Crown grant. And so for many years, we have looked after and preserved the native interest. And unfortunately, when back in 2006, when the previous plan was going forward, when we needed those registrations or the recordings to be properly addressed, and what happened in 2011 when it was scheduled, the skipper came along and called us to say that the iwi representative, Keith Malaponga, was sick and it would have to come back, and that has never happened. Unfortunately, in 2012, when there was a suggestion for subdivision of the land that was required to reduce debt, survey was undertaken by Juffermans, and from that time in 2013 we were evicted off the land without notice. That left the local shareholders and other parcels of land affected. Now they're landlocked from getting access to all the sites. So that's the situation. And in front of you, I have had a list of all the, which we got yesterday, of all the areas, including a a strip of Crown land that was reserved, put into Crown Reserve forever by William James Gray, who was whānau by the Chief Parakupa and Anglican chief, who was peacemaker during the wars, the 1860 wars. And all this information is actually recorded now at a research station, which I have done over the last few years. And I've talked to Mr. McCurdy and to another guy that was there, that in 2013, about August, we went into the council at the meeting and we showed one of the particular sites, which was an escape route from the Pukekohe residence, that there was this outlet that was found, and my husband actually had contact with Roy Komene, who wanted to have these easements recorded at the time when clear title for the land was taken. With no interest in it being recorded on it. So yes, it's been a very sad time. That's really all in a nutshell. And we came into the council and asked them, and they actually took a photo of that escape route. And but then we were waiting for this review to come through. And since then, we are unable to access or get on the land. We have the present owner, Mr. Barron, and also Mr. Brophy on the other side of Hampton Road, who's had that time there. It's now basically, we just can't access to the sites where I've got it's hard to say, but you can imagine the amount of and as you can see that I've been accused by Mr. Barron as being non-married, which is, as you see in that report, I am not. I have heritage. So it's very sad. So maybe over to you, Sue, do you have any questions? Because it's affected the shareholders and the remaining parcels in 112.
I research, well, I have done a lot around the coast. And I started in that. My kids are actually on there. We're on the 5 acres and 15 acres, but the 70 acres was taken in the Grays. And I haven't challenged that yet. That's just, I've only last couple of years been sick with cancer and I'm just catching up now. But 5 acres is still there. And the 15 acres, I believe I've only just found out has been taken into Mr. Brophy's block. Now, I want to know why. And I don't know the position with the council, what they do or how, but I know that he's paying the rates. I found that out. And yeah.
Okay, look, I think it would help us just to get our geography right. So we're at Okato.
Yes. Kaihihi is on the river, to one side.
So what's the name of the river?
Kaihihi. Kaihihi.
Kaihihi, okay, yes.
And the Manukino is on the right hand side.
Yes.
And there's lots of streams that flow through this land.
Yes, yes.
And it's very, as you can imagine, living on the land like I have for the last many years, and I had my parents there also, and they wish to be buried there. And of course, we haven't been able to do that because of what happened. And of course, I've got, well, there's personal history there as well. So, and placentas and all that sort of thing that's on the land, which we've now been denied access to.
So the land block we're seeing here.
Yeah, it's right down to the beach. Hampton Road went right down to the beach. It was originally there was the coast road that went along from New Plymouth to Okanaki.
Yes.
And it was Mr. Charles Andrews who actually was on the council, actually was town councillor, as was Willie Gray. And they quarried metal from the end of from the sea end, and then metalled the road, made the Hampton Road.
The Hampton Road.
Yeah. And there's easements to one side, the right-hand side, that's in part 114. And 113 is to the mountain end. And so, yes, there's, and a subdivision was approved last year by the council here for Mr. Barron to continue to take, you know, to have this land subdivided again. That's not updated. And so it's a great concern.
So the land parcels we hear with the black and white.
Yeah, they're only showing parcels 101 acres and 70 and the top end of the farm.
Yes, so this is one with Mr. Barron's.
Yes,
And when you talk about Mr. Brophy,
he's on the right-hand side of Hampton Road.
okay. And I'm just trying to home in on the issue. Is this, are there sites of significance?
Yes,
on
there
this?
were 3 cars that were destroyed by the British
All right. I've read a lot of that history myself in the various accounts.
Right,
from the
we've got
times.
to, from my husband's side, he was in the 61st Imperial Army. He was the one fighting there.
All right.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. So, look, I think the other thing it helps us is to have a look at things that you've attached in your submissions. So, Julia, I wonder whether we can just bring up Linda's submission to us and just have a quiet, just an explanation of what she'd like us to focus on.
If you go into the actual submissions, which is, yeah.
Escape route, yeah.
So tell us about the escape route again.
Right, well, the Pukekariki was the past site that was attacked and destroyed by the British, right?
Yes.
And a part of when the past site was made, it was recorded on there was an escape route which went down to the Kahihi.
Yes.
And this was a tunnel, it was a formed tunnel
Yes.
which would have been covered, etc. And my Ronald, who was Willie's son, he actually noticed like a cave, a place that went down some of the areas. And it was my father-in-law that when he put, doing the fencing, he noticed the spade went down to nothing.
Yes.
And I'm thinking, well, okay, well, there's obviously, where is this escape route, especially when you had the history of the past. And so it was actually worded on there that was the escape route. And of course, it was found in 2011, at the time when you should have had these sites actually visited and all these recordings properly, because some of the recordings weren't on the maps, weren't quite right, with the triangles and all that sort of thing.
Yes, the locations. We've heard of quite
Well,
a bit
that's
about
what
that. Yes.
And there was also a whare there that Titi was, and his whare was right on an important high point on that side of the hill, and he died of a sort of a death that the local Maori that were living there were actually quite frightened by. This is the later years when the Emperor Kapa took over, and they actually burnt him and the whare to the ground. And this hasn't been recorded either. And this is one of the sites on that area that we're wanting to have registered, obviously. And then there are the swamp areas. The swamp areas that contain, the treasures that when we found, when you find them, we actually put them back into the ground to keep them safe. And that has all been, and there's two sites in the swamps. There's the sacred swamp on the that's joining the 15 acre and 101 acre sections of the beach, and there's the one by the Kaihihi that the streams run through down to the sea. And when in 1818, when because part 1 and 2 actually goes over the river, so to the other side. So this all was concluded. This huge was a thriving seaside village, right? And so when that happened, there was great slaughter, and the bodies in that par site, when in 1935, the wharis were washed out around the middle of the river mouth there, on the 100 acres, the beach flat that has the coast running through it, and native, the Hapu were living there. The Greys lived amongst the community members down there. And so what happened was, when the floods went, and they actually moved up to the maybe Penio or along the roads there, they actually made their own, let's say their own housing elsewhere, but they returned always to fishing camp on the land all over them. But the bodies in 1935 that were on that part of the power site were taken, it was destroyed, and taken over, about 30 bodies, taken over to Porekāpa's burial site, which is across the far end, and placed them there. But all this information is known locally as well, with the families that have been there all that time. And so the only recording that we know of is that there's Porekāpa is buried there, and the two wives. It's Riti that we know is there, but we also know there's others like Rahina, that's there, and other, yes. So anyway, what happened was the grazier that was allowed to graze that land many years ago. This is before the deeds went into certificate of titles. He actually, this is 1919. From 1919 through to about 1965, the site, Porekāpa's burial site, which had a tall 6-foot monument up there, and it was broken down because the fencing all around it was the stock destroyed them. And so it was the late Sir Paul Reeves, who was an Anglican minister at the time in Okato. He came down with someone at the museum, one of the guys in Rigby Allen, I think his name. He came, and this is all recorded, and they repaired that. This is the Anglican Church point of view, because Porekāpa was a deacon of the Anglican Church, and he got the land back because of his efforts during those land wars. He took us and the family under his protection in 1861.
Okay. Now, there is a plan in your submission, this one here, that is based on the district planning maps.
That's what that's what we should put that in to show you the land. So the strip of land.
Is that available to us?
Yes, that's
there, yes.
What happened in? Yeah.
Yes, but you've marked that up with a whole lot of annotations.
Yeah, I'll put that on there to show you all the sites that actually are a part of what needs to be recorded properly.
Yes.
Yeah.
But is that available online to us, the submission? Like we have a submission here in hard copy, and it's quite a detailed markup on top of the plan. So this has been given to me, and I presume the other commissioners have a copy of this as well.
Yes, I believe it just came in yesterday.
Yes.
Yes, that has been
yes, that's what I was after, I think, to just go to that plan. But this is what's in the district plan currently.
So there are several properties already listed on this overall property.
Several sites.
Yes. There was no need, see, right from a long time ago, nothing was recorded at the land transfers of the Maori interest because it changed just from grade to grade to grade to grade, you know,
Yes, okay, of course.
generations, right? And so, yes, that's how things went. And of course, when we, and Lloyd, Gilman's father, he actually sectioned off 10 acres of the 70-acre block to preserve that forever, you know, and
Yes.
the idea was then Bowler came along and wiped out the canopy, the outside canopy.
Okay. Okay. So this is, you keep going, Julie. I
And
think.
that's where we've been cut off. We can't get, there's been a gate, Mr. Broker's put a gate across.
Yes, we can see. We
And
can see
a
it's
big
really
sign
good.
up, so we can't
Yes.
access the land.
So in your description, this plan summarises.
Yeah, all the places that need to be recorded.
Yes.
And at the moment, we believe that there's been consultation with maybe iwi, but I don't believe they wouldn't know where these sites are. I think we, the Gray family and the representatives of the ones that are on the land, should be accompanying those persons to show them, because they wouldn't know.
Yes. So what are you asking us?
Asking that because we've been denied access onto the land,
Yes.
Mr. Barron and also Mr. Brophy is not the corroborative at all either. We are wanting, what sort of authority does the council have, or anyone, that can be overridden so these can be recorded? That's the question.
So, Joe, I'll just get an update from you about your understanding, and then we'll get some questions from the commissioners. Yes.
So my understanding about this larger site is that we haven't visited this site in some time because we knew that we would not be allowed access to it. My understanding is as well that iwi haven't visited it similarly in the time frame since the Greys have not been on the land. And that Mr. McCurdy, and he can speak to this in more detail, would need to have access to the property in order to properly assess the new sites or any new sites at the property.
And I noticed in your submission there's a letter from Grant Robertson. Where you're asking for inquiring the potential for national heritage site status to be granted to this coastal area, and so he really says, just trying to work out what he's saying to you. It is unlikely to meet the criteria to become a national historic landmark.
Because there's no record, there's been no records. You know, it's the whole thing.
It hasn't been investigated.
That's right.
Well, it looks like there's quite a lot of information. Look, I'll ask Mr. McCurdy to give us his overview of this area, and then I'll just ask two other commissioners if they've got any questions.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
On his summary in number 5, he's got New Plymouth District Council 40. I see no reason to add a 40B as the rifle pits are regarded as a part of this power site. I don't see the relevance between the two of them.
Okay, so that's Mr. McCurdy.
Yeah.
Yes, we're going to ask Dan for an update on that. So Dan, can you just orientate us to your information on the site and just give us a summary from your perspective?
Yes, thank you. Yes, so I received a lot of evidence from Ms. Gray following the creation of my evidence document. So yeah, I've considered that, but not really in enough detail to discuss today because it arrived over Christmas. But yeah, ultimately there could be merit in some or all of the sites that are proposed. But ultimately, I or another archaeologist would need to do a site visit to determine whether or not they should be created on the district plan. I can't record them based on the evidence that we have in front of us at the moment. Yeah, so that's pretty much a good summary of where I stand on that at the moment.
I asked you a question yesterday about the number of sites that you or the council has been denied access to. You said it was a relatively small number. Is this one of them?
No, so we had actually visited this site. I believe when Ms. Gray still owned the property, is that correct? My memory may be failing me there, but yes, I have visited this site and was welcomed onto the site by the landowners.
Yes, so you have visited that site. Is that around the 2011 timeframe, Ms. Gray? Is that your recollection?
No, I don't remember Jane McCurdy coming down. I only can remember Mr. Prickett years ago coming. Prickett? Yeah. That was the only one that I know. We went into the council in August 2013 with Roy Comini to when we were trying to we were sort of desperate at that time. We were sort of post-trauma status, just being expected and left destitute. We went and because Roy had failed to get easements recorded through the court hearing because the judge dismissed the easements because he said they were never recorded on the required by the 1951 Native Interest Act, or there was an act. Yeah.
So in your evidence or your submission on the second page underneath, you talk about August 2013, Ray Comini, Kelvin and Linda Gray met.
And it was Dan and Mr. Shane.
So you met at the council?
Yes,
you
in
can't
the
recall
rooms, and they actually looked at the map and made a marking where this escape route was.
Yes.
And that was to be further investigated.
Yes. Okay. And just to finalise my sort of fact schedule in my mind, so you made a submission seeking further recognition.
Yes.
That's been opposed by
Mr. Barron.
Mr. Barron. And are we hearing from Mr. Barron? No.
Because he had his subdivision approved in December last year.
Okay, and there's been a subdivision since. All right. Look, I think now sort of tuned in.
Sorry, it's hard. It was complicated.
Yeah, look, I think you've done very well just putting this together in the submission and just coming and talking to us. I really appreciate that. I think it's time to move to some questions from the other commissioners, starting with you, Commissioner Coffin.
Well, thank you very much for your submission. I was grateful for you just walking us through, because I'd read the submission and I'd read Mr. McCurdy's Appendix 1, and I'm glad Mr. McCurdy's just given some context for the material that was received after he'd prepared the report. So that kind of now I can now understand the information stream. So that makes sense for me. I suppose my observation is that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the sites have already been identified in the plan, and you may be looking for some extensions to those.
Yes.
And then there's 3 sites which haven't been recommended to be included that you're wanting to have included. And in my list here, that they're listed 1, 2, 3. This is the swamp, which is known as, gee, I hope I've got this right. I don't want to say it unless I've got it right. It's currently spelled Tau or Tau Itu, yeah, and Kahihi Swamp.
Yes.
And an Urupa, which I think may or may not be
this is the Greys. This is the Urupa that the Gray family had erected in the form of a large boulder.
Yep.
That was on and we were given assurances when we were evicted that we would have access to that area park. And because my parents, their wishes were to be buried there. See, this is the whole problem we've got, and there's been no recognition. There was no easement when Roy Comey put a caveat on the land to have all these easements and access to. It was dismissed by the court to get clear title for the Barron family.
Yeah, and I suppose good where we're dealing with the proposed district plan, and as much as it's one of my roles is to certainly advocate that the district plan is really important. It doesn't necessarily, that's not necessarily the being and end all of things, and I just can't help thinking that there may be a need for some ethnographic as well as some archaeological assessment,
I've got lots of photos. I've got
historical assessment, sort of a bringing together of the different strands, and those would help inform those things that would maybe fit comfortably in a district plan, because we're currently looking at sites and areas of significance to Māori and archaeological sites. But certainly the nature of some of these sites, it doesn't quite catch, I suppose, the essence or the richness of some of these sites. So I'm not quite sure if there's a question in there, Mr. Chair, but just more of an observation that this is quite complex, and there's access issues, there's previous land ownership issues, there's the historical context, and then some of these sites have specific natural characteristics, some ethnographic, archaeological, and certainly significance from a Māori perspective. It's got all of those aspects, and I'm just trying to think of what might be a way forward for us in terms of what our considerations are, and then for the submitter Linda Gray in terms of what she's trying to achieve ultimately.
Thanks for that. Any specific questions from you, David?
Yes, good morning. Well, I guess I'm still trying to get my head around the complexity of this site and the relief sought by Ms. Gray. As I understand it, she supports in part the scheduling of the site, but wants to add further sites to that scheduling, as outlined by Commissioner Coffin. What I'm not clear of is whether the land ownership of those additional sites, whether it's solely the land owned by Mr. Barron or whether Mr. Brophy has some interest also, and whether either of those have lodged further submissions in respect to Ms. Gray's submission. I just wonder whether Ms. Ritchie could clarify that for me in the first instance.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner McMahon. Mr. Barron did make a further submission, but Mr. Brophy has not.
Yes, and Ms. Ritchie, while you're there, are they the only two landowners affected by the additional sites requested in the submission?
To my understanding, initially it was only Mr. Barron who owned the property with the sites already notified. I haven't looked further into the ownership of the adjacent sites.
Yes, so we're talking about SASM numbers, well, 5 of them, 40, 65, 93, 191 and 192. Is that correct?
That's correct. I'll take your word for it. I haven't got a map up at the moment, but yes, there are already several sites of that rural property.
Yes, and just to clarify, are all of those sites on the Barron property currently?
Yes, they are.
Yes. Okay, and the additions that Ms. Gray is seeking would also be on the Barron property?
As far as I'm aware, they would be, yes.
Yes, and in addition to lodging a further submission to Ms. Gray, has Mr. Barron, through an initial submission, challenged any of those scheduled sites on his property?
No, he hasn't challenged the sites already. No.
Okay, that's good. That's really useful. Stephen, through you, the other question I have, I guess, and it may be to Mr. McCurdy, and that is just, I wasn't clear what the work that was undertaken by Calvin Day, archaeologist, who was that commissioned by? Or Ms. Ritchie, if you might know the answer.
It was commissioned by the council.
Oh, it was by the council. Okay. To what state? That was quite recent, wasn't it?
Just last year, and it
Yes.
was just to do desktop research in respect of some of the history of the site.
Yes. Was it promulgated because of the submission by Ms. Gray?
Yes, it was.
Yes. Okay, I understand. And so, Mr. McCurdy, you've largely adopted the findings of Mr. Day in that respect.
Yes, that's right. I found no reason to question his findings.
Okay, but you've said, and that's largely from an archaeological point of view, isn't it, or solely from an archaeological point of view?
That's correct.
Yes, and if there are other reasons why these additional sites might be included, that would need to come through in evidence from the Mana Whenua groups, wouldn't it?
Yes, yeah, as I noted there, any sites of significance to Māori, I wouldn't really be able to address.
Okay, that's good. So, Ms. Gray, no real question to you. I just wanted to get those facts of the matter established and clear in my mind. Thank you for your presentation, and thank you, Stephen.
Yes, that's great. No, we haven't finished. So you've got something else for us?
The issue of the Crown Reserve Forever that was invested into the Crown back in 1888, around that time following Horakawa's death. That was actually the reserve land along the foreshore was to protect and conserve the native interest. That we know that.
Can we just come back to that plan while Linda speaks?
Yeah.
Yes.
Right along the foreshore, you'll
So
see.
it's with it's shown along the foreshore.
It's got undertaken. That's now changed to land reserve under action.
How's that mapped in the district plan, Joe?
The Crown land isn't shown.
shown.
Isn't shown on the district plan.
Yes, but that's
and in fact, the notations that Ms. Gray is just referring to there about the Crown land block under action, I have no knowledge about that.
Okay. Yes, so there was a Crown Reserve.
Yes, this is a problem whereby we were never notified. This was what I've just found out only in the last 2 to 3 weeks because I've been following this up. It appears that there was a law change where Crown Reserve land was put in under an act to become dock land managed.
Okay.
And there's a report on the back of one of the ones you've got that specifies that now how it's been referred, but it's got a land parcel number, but it's got no title.
Okay.
And this land is now occupied by Mr. Barron. It's public land.
Okay. I wonder whether we could just go to just have a quick look through the other images that
There's
you've
a
given
photo
us.
there.
So this photo
Yeah,
here,
that's right. Now you can see a big strip along there. The front from the Kahihi, coming forward to Porikapa's burial site. That's where Meg's standing on top of the hill.
So is she within the reserve itself?
No, she's standing on top of Porikapa's gravesite.
Okay.
Right?
To the right hand side there looking.
And looking south,
Yes.
there's a strip. The Kahihi is at the top right hand corner here.
Yes.
It comes out and there's the bay there. And the strip of land, that's you can't see the river because it dips down.
Yes. I think you've tried to mark the side
Yeah, I
of the
did.
river.
Yes.
Is that sort of the top of the picture above?
Just go a bit further. Just go further with you. And then
Keep going up the
it's
side.
top, see the
there's a blue-
Kahihi was
there's a blue-
tidal.
Yeah,
Just
just
Yeah,
there.
that's it,
Yes.
right along there to the sea is the Kahihi.
Okay.
And there's a strip of land there that's actually, that comes right along the foreshore. And that's what we put in into riparian, you know, plantings and things. And but by the river mouth there, that's where the ferries were washed out. And it's an area where local Maori come down, the shareholders, they still come down and camp there. And this was happening right through to 2013.
Okay.
Right.
So it's not happening anymore.
And so we have this issue that we can't access onto there because Mr. Barrow's put electric fencing and gates and locks. We can't access onto the land.
Okay.
There's a coast road goes right through the middle of that beach there.
Can we just look at the next photo? You've got a sign you're
Yes,
showing us there.
doctorals.
What is it? Oh, it talks about doctoral. I see here.
Yes, and he said when you put those, this is the area which we were to access to come onto the land, onto the beach, and there's been a fence that's put in and we now can't get onto the land.
You talk about a dock takeover in 1987.
That's when
they took over the ground
management. Yeah, and I made contact with the local dock manager, David Craig, and he didn't know anything about it. He was quite, didn't really know a lot.
Yes.
And so from the research I've just done in the last it's actually the last 2 weeks, because I've been pushing, because the council didn't know about the land, they didn't know anything about the land. And they basically said, well, they did remove, we'll go back to the access on from what's happened with the gate that's gone across Hampton Road on the Tarsill Road. Tarsill Road. And Mr. Brophy's put a gate up right across, and it's put a big notice up, no access, keep out, private property. We can't get on, go across, you know, get down there, because when the survey was done in June 2012 by Juffermans, it appears that the Hampton Road actually diverts the way it's at the moment. It's actually goes slightly into Mr. Brophy's land. But that's been there since Charles Andrews metalled the Hampton Road all the way down to the Manger Road because of the gullies.
Okay.
So that was the problem.
there's quite a web of land.
Yeah, and so the it's
Yeah,
and his use,
it's
he's actually
offline.
taken the whole lot as a cow race now.
Yeah. Okay. Understand that. Can we go to the other photographs? The one of the
Homestead.
The homestead.
Yep.
That one there, yes.
Yep, that's it. Yep,
Yes.
that's the homestead.
Yes.
And that was taken, as you said, 2 years ago.
Yes.
And this is Pukekariki. You see the bush on the one side, and you see the grooves. This is and that's where we lived. That's our home. And then the tunnel. I mean, I wrote on there where the tunnel.
Escape tunnel.
Yes.
Yes.
Off there.
And something.
There's
you
rifle
remember?
pits on the top there too.
Yes. Okay. And the last photograph.
Oh, and this was what we concerning the 15 acres or 6.07 hectares. We made inquiries about this land because there was going to be the previous owner, Mr. Ross Davis.
Yes.
He was paying koha. And we thought, well, if he doesn't, if he decides to sell, he sold to Mr. Brophy. And so this is the proof that we got from the Plymouth District Council that showed that all the same landowners that are the 5 acres are out the 15 acres, which is this lot, which is the 15 acres is a narrow strip that goes to, is like the easement from the power site, the 15, and then the 70 that comes on to, which is Pukekariki.
Look, I think.
It is complicated.
Yes,
but
yes, it is, and we'll read this with the context of your submission.
and so you have to understand how precious the whole marvel's been.
You've certainly given us that
Yes.
that information.
Yep.
Both you.
And we-
So
And we know that, I know that it's the sites are what is your job.
focusing on.
And so I wanted to concentrate purely on that aspect.
Yes.
Yeah, but just to show how the council never came back to do those sites, to have that investigated at the
Yes.
time of 2011.
Yes,
It could have been all done.
but it wasn't done.
So that's history now, isn't it?
Yes.
It's been.
Yes.
All right. Look, I think we'll certainly have a look at this. Just checking with the team online, are we going to be hearing about this site later from any of the mana whenua of this area? Maria.
Kia ora. I'm not sure if Tane has any specific corridor that he's going to share in person tomorrow. I'm not sure on that, sorry.
Tane?
Yeah, me and kia tātou. No, there's no comment for me right now. I will be submitting tomorrow alongside my uncle Keith Manakunga.
Okay.
So yeah, that's me and kia tātou.
Okay, thank you, Tane. Yes. All right, thank you very much for your presentation, and we'll look at this and see what the staff might have to say in their own reply and take it forward from there. Thank you very much. All right, how are we doing?
Probably about 2 hours behind.
2 hours behind.
I do know we've got Mr. Dombrowski in the room.
Yes. And, I'm thinking, and Peter and Kathy Gear, are they online? Okay, and we know we've spoken to Luke, who's going to, yes.
And we do have Mr. Rowan who's on there online.
Okay. Yes, let's hear from you, Mr. Dombrowski now. Seeing you here, and then I think we'll break for lunch and regroup after that. We come forward. Provide us a statement, which we've got.
Yeah, so sort of basically just going to read them out.
Yeah, just read through. Yes, welcome.
Yeah. Okay, so just some background. I acquired my property on extensive views, early morning sun. Subsequent land zoning has meant 2 houses were built on neighbouring sites that took away some of my views at sunshine hours. Yeah, the rezoning wasn't unexpected. The nature of the place, and when the force was well, someone's going to build this.
Okay.
So one of the neighbours planted trees, which was taken away, made my view. So I asked the council, what protections they had, to protect these views, and no. So therefore, I was shocked when the council comes to me with a situation that arisen that a group of people, whose distant relatives used to live in and around the area, that laid claim on my private property, apparently due to spiritual and cultural beliefs. And they want the area protected from further development. So no protection for me for what I had, but they're prepared to take away my rights to protect this. So I'd ask that then you could I wanted you to recommend that the council explain to me why there's no protection for existing views for legal landowners. Council are prepared to put in protection for a group of people whose claim to the land is a long time ago, their distant relative lived in the area. So what rights do legal landowners have? Apparently none. And can the council please explain how they come to the conclusion that a piece of land that is significant to Iwi due to past occupation is somehow less significant to me, the legal landowner, whose present and future financial security is tied up in the property. The land has been owner occupied since 1889. It's freehold title, which is this is absolute ownership of the property and is described as the greatest possible estate in land. The fee simple title gives the owners of the property unrestricted right of the use and the right to mortgage the property or dispose of it by sale or by will or by inheritance. This is the most common form of title and standalone resident property in New Zealand. Okay. So the 10-year district plan basically makes a freehold title with a citizen claim on it null and void. Devalues the property and makes the legal landowner a tenant who has to go cap in hand to overlords for permission to do work on the property that other freehold title landowners can do as of right, like building a new shed, store a swimming pool, clearing vegetation, or building a new fence. Council claim that I still have freehold title, but it's like having a car. Council comes along, takes out the engine. On the surface, it looks like you have a car, but you sure ain't going to get the same use out of it. Okay, and I do not agree with having to seek permission and employ an observer at my cost. My wife be told, oh, you can still garden. Right? So, but I understand the archaeological aspect of the area, and the care should be taken when digging to be mindful. As evidence of my actions when a bone was found on my property. It was September 17th, 2017. I informed the iwi of the land of the find and have not heard from them since the accidental discovery report Q19-444 Geometria Limited, and the bone is still in my possession. This report was also mentioned in the Ngāti Rutanga submission number 520, first submission 130. It is thought to be of European and ended up on my property from early earthworks, bringing in dirt from other locations. In the 30 years of ownership, this is the only find, and obviously not of any significance to iwi or anybody else. The use of the wording cultural and spiritual to exert control over privately owned land, where the landowner has a different take of the significance of the land, contradicts New Zealand Bill of Rights, section number 13, which states freedom of thought, conscience, and religion. Everybody has the right of freedom of thought, conscience, religion, and belief, including the right to adopt and hold opinions without interference. See, I believe they were on this planet for a relatively short time. Even before us have had their turn. Now it's the turn of the people that are living, and that a man's home is his castle. The Bill of Rights affords me that belief without interference. I would like to know why the council are happy to create laws and language that contradict the Bill of Rights. I think the council needs to do an assessment on the financial impact and the quality of life of the owners of the properties deemed part of the protected Maori historic heritage and archaeological sites. Some owners will have no immediate effect as they are fully developed. My property and those like it, with an original small cottage on site or bare land, with the potential for development, the impact is huge. Cost to the landowner is over and above what another landowner would have to pay for his or her development. The last rates assessment was done fraudulently, I consider. The company doing the assessment was not informed of the proposal land design changes. Quite relevant information I would have thought. There was talk of rates reduction for affected owners, but it would be grossly unfair to some due to the assessment not taking into consideration the proposal and the effect it would have on the land, future development, permits, EV payments, consultation, etc., with no guarantee that building or fence, etc., could go ahead. So it's sort of I can understand trying to protect areas that need, that you can obviously see. But my area there, it's like I say, it's been housed since it's early, well early. I've dug there. There's been no EU signs. There's been there was an archaeological assessment done a long time ago. Which but yes, so that's basically my.
Let's have a look up, Julie. Focusing on Mr. Dombrowski. So this is your land, and
yeah, that's the site of the page. The actual you see earthworks from the part right at the very point.
Yes, yes. And how big is your own? Is this? I want to work out your parcel of land.
Bottom left-hand corner, you're looking at, that's the bowling green. There's a section next to that. Mine's 1,100 square meters.
Yes.
Yeah. And I used to have all those views out to the right. But
okay, so that's your house shown in the the hatched area.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Your concern is that because you're within a buffer area of the.
Well, I'm in the actual area, yeah.
You're in the area.
Yeah. Actually, when that.
So this is an extent of the site.
Yeah.
Okay, yes.
But that land used to be, before it was developed, was rural, and they changed it to residential.
Yes.
And during that time, I actually put in submission objecting to it on because of the far site.
Okay, so it's now residentially zoned.
Yeah.
It's got a par site and archaeological, a SESM site and archaeological site.
Yeah.
And there's an extent mapped.
Yeah.
Yes.
So like, when they're talking about the council doing a rates reduction for people affected by that, see all the houses around here, one that's worth over $1 million.
Yes.
So, and he's fully developed. Where my house is just a small little cottage.
Yes.
And there's potential there to turn it into $1 million house,
Yes.
but
Yes.
can't because you can't change the footprint.
Without a consent is what you're saying.
Well, yeah, and that's an extra cost that as a, the legal landowner and a freehold title, freehold, they should be able to go ahead and do that. Sure, if you're going to look at what the house is going to be here, do an archaeological dig. I offered that to them. I said, look, come and do an archaeological assessment and you could dig up and whatever you find. I understand if you find any Maori artifact, you put it back. You leave it where it is. If it's on the ground, you can have it, but if it's so, and I'm not like, there's another section up in Uranu that's 26 hectares. I think they've done a submission yesterday. They can't build anywhere on. No, that's just ridiculous.
So that's Mr. Kiss. We're going to hear from him later today. So can we just some facts about the site, Joe? Was this site in the operative district plan?
It was in the operative district plan, but it was smaller extent.
Small extent. And has there been some dialogue with the Dombrowskis in terms of the site?
Yeah, I've spoken to Marlene, that Marlene got them down enough. Yeah.
Yes. And tell me where these new houses are. Can we see them on this plan, or is that?
Yeah, that was like time, or that was a long time ago that they put there.
Oh, they were put there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But there's new houses all around there.
I can see that.
Unfortunately, the underlying mapping of the plan hasn't been updated for a while. So
yes.
Says you can just see the white driveway going up.
Yes, I can see that.
There's houses at the front. There one directly to the right of me. They planted all those trees to grade.
Yes. Okay.
Like I could have done my section really nice, had a nice view, but no.
So you get that. You're not hot.
No, it's just a little. No. Okay. There's a 2-story. The one in the front's a 2-story. One beside me is 2-story.
Okay.
The ones out the front, they're all 2-story. They're all $1 million properties.
Understand.
Yeah.
Yes.
So and that's it's a good area, but the value if you can't do anything there, it's a big financial hit.
Yes. So just moving to the other commissioners, Commissioner Coffin, do you have any questions for Mr. Dombrowski?
I didn't have any questions for him. It was I was interested in the underlying zone, which you've already mentioned. I was interested perhaps from the Section 42A report writers, just to clarify for me, I think I understand it, how the rules framework would treat this particular property. It would be equal, all properties would be treated equal in the extent of the SASM. There wouldn't be any discerning difference between, say, for instance, a development that happened on the par proper as opposed to the open, because from McMurdy's review that I have in front of me, it's saying there's open settlement, Kainga and the other areas. So we've got the par site and then you've got wider settlement. But the rules as they stand don't necessarily discern that in the first instance until a consent is applied for, and then you go through that process of assessment, I assume.
That's correct. There's been, because the site extent is now somewhat bigger than it was in the operative plan. Obviously, that has further implications for all of the landowners that area. If I understood your question correctly.
Yes, so if Mr. Dombrowski was looking to develop, say, build a house on the property broader than the footprint he has now, he'd go through a consent process. I assume that would have an archaeological assessment associated with it, engagement with the tangata whenua, and those would be considered through that rules framework.
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
All right, David, did you have any questions yourself?
And no questions for Mr. Dombrowski, but I do have a follow-up question to Ms. Ritchie. Ms. Ritchie, which of the proposed rules would work on this site trigger? And if you could work off your Appendix 1 when you give me that answer.
In the rules as notified, it would be.
Or as recommended, actually.
Sorry. It would be SESM R15, depending on whether there were just additions, R16, additions to and or erection of a structure within the extent of a scheduled site or area of significant Māori in the commercial and mixed use zones and residential zones.
Yes, 16. Okay. And they are fully discretionary activities, aren't they?
That's correct, yes.
Or proposed to be, sorry, yes.
Proposed to be, yes.
Yes. Are they the only rules that would be triggered?
Earthworks as well, SESM R19, which, as I said in my addendum, should refer also to residential zones.
Yes.
So earthworks within the extent of a scheduled site or area of significance to Māori in those two sets of zones, commercial and mixed use, or residential zones.
Yes. So presumably proposed rule R21 wouldn't be triggered because we're dealing with an extent rather than the site per se?
That's correct, yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you for that. It's a useful clarification. Good to see a correlation between the rules and the concerns expressed by the submitter here. So appreciate that.
So what does that all mean? Can I do what I want?
No, can we, I wouldn't mind just hearing from Dan about the evidence base. This is the archaeologist, both the site and the extent. Dan, if you could talk to us about that.
Okay, yes, so Kumarakayamo is quite a large, impressive pā site, possibly one of the more impressive pā sites in the district. I believe it's the preeminent pā of Ngāti Mutunga in the area. The pā itself that you see on the ground today is smaller than it used to be. So the houses to the south of the pā have destroyed some of those southern defences. So at the moment it looks like a just a single ring ditched pā, but there were actually two further trenches further south.
Sorry, Daniel, is that to the south of the road there?
No, sorry. So between the submitter's property and the pā itself.
Okay.
Could you just, Julie, it's got the plan up again, Dan. So can you just talk us through that?
Okay. Actually, would it be helpful if I share my screen because I have? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I will. Hopefully, is that loaded up okay there?
Yep, it's coming. There we go.
Okay, so the most useful plan image here is this figure 15. So this is a report that I wrote for the council back in 2019 for a water main upgrade. But this is kind of the most useful image to demonstrate Kumara Kamo. So this, the defences at the top there, the ring defences, that's kind of all that's remaining today. But you see, so this plan is from late 1800s, I believe. Oh, actually, no, sorry, this is from the early survey notebooks from the very first surveys of the district. This shows 2 further defences to the south. So that's indicated by those 2 red arrows. So just beyond those defences is where I would archaeologically put the extent of Kumara Kamo. There is to the, sorry, I will scooch back to, here we go. So there is another Kāinga site off to the, over here, if my cursor is visible.
Yes.
Which realistically is probably part and parcel of Kumara Kamo, the Pa/Kāinga complex. So I would personally consider it to be one large archaeological landscape. Ngāti Mutonga, so Marlene Benson could probably speak better to the current extent proposed for Kumara Kamo, which is slightly larger than my archaeological extent proposed, but not massively larger.
We're hearing from Marlene on Wednesday afternoon in terms of her submission. So look, I think in answer to your question about what does it all mean in terms of the rules, Joe, could you just summarise, if your recommendations are accepted, what the Dombrowskis would have to do if they wanted to do work on their property?
Yes, you would, given that you're right on top of the site as it's currently designated in the plan, you would need to get a resource consent to build there, but that would be probably also in light of the design or whatever of the new property. So you would still need to adhere to, building consent and other regulations in respect of building on the site. And so this would just be a part of that overall building consent. And you may, yes, you're right. I'm sure that Marlene would want to be there at the time you put your earthworks down.
Well, I didn't worry about the neighbour next door. He took 6-7 truckloads of dirt away.
Well,
and he's part of the local iwi, and he's going there watching.
Well, and it might be.
I thought that was strange.
And it might be the case that they choose that they don't want to be involved. So that, but that's.
I don't mind them being involved.
Yeah,
but it's just I don't want to be held back, and I don't want to pay extra. You know what I mean? It's you're doing the right thing here, but it shouldn't cost it to do the right thing. You know what I mean?
And we have had other submissions, perhaps suggesting that so if there's a public resource or a resource that's been protected in the plan, someone else should pay. So for those assessments, so we have actually received some other suggestions along those lines.
So I know when I found the bone, the first thing I did was go and see the local iwi.
Yes, as you would have those contacts.
If I found anything, it's what you do.
Yeah, we're grateful for that.
In the previous building,
they were supposed to come and get it, but it's still there.
Still there. The other buildings that have been put on that site, they were done pre the plan, notified plan.
Yes.
Yeah. So they wouldn't have required any.
I think, given the fact that it was on the operative plan, they still would have needed to obtain the input at least of Ngāti Mutonga to the.
Would there be resource consents?
I don't think they were, because I put a submission in and spoke to the submission and it, rezoning from rural to residential, and the local did if I hadn't told them, they would have known.
Was that done under separate plan change? Back in the 80s. Back in the 80s.
Yeah, I'm not aware of that information.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, look, I think we're pretty clear on your submission.
Yeah. And will they clarify like the Bill of Rights?
No, well, the Bill of Rights, we
how does that correlate with these people got this plea, I've got this plea, Bill of Rights gives us both the right.
Yes.
So
yes. The RMA, there was also an act, specifies certain matters of national importance that the council has to provide for, and this is one of those.
And
key
private
matters.
ownership as well is.
It's all comes into the decision making that we've got to weigh up.
Yeah.
So
not easy.
Not easy. So thank you for attending, and we'll make a recommendation in due course. And certainly keep the dialogue going with Marlene and the.
It's not for me, like, so I want to sell it properly, and if someone wants to come and say, oh, should I pull the house down, pull it in, they can't, so what's that do with that?
Understood. I think the message is you can, but there's an extra layer of investigation you have to do.
Cost.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for your attendance. Right, so
Stephen, sorry to interrupt. Just
sorry,
very quick. It'll be very quick.
Yes.
I just for Miss Ritchie, just strikes me, Miss Ritchie, that this submission raises a couple of questions in my mind, and I wondered if you might be able to, in your right of response, right of reply, cover off a couple of issues. Firstly, could you align what would be the relevant policy considerations for those discretionary activities under rules 15, 16, and possibly 19 that would be, I guess, policy considerations when a resource consent might be considered for any works that Mr. Dromboski might want to do?
Yes.
Just as a working example, that would be useful. But just bearing in mind the discussion we had yesterday and today with Ms. McPherson and Ms. Carville around the difference between plan making policies and consideration policies.
Yes.
And the second matter, if you wouldn't mind, is could you just address your mind as to why discretionary activity is the best activity status for those sort of activities on extents, as opposed to, say, a lesser standard such as restricted discretionary? Would it be possible to identify matters of discretion that could be applied to a restricted discretionary activity status in the same way that's been done for other restricted discretionary activities in the plan? So just a little bit of homework, sorry. But that would be really useful. And it just struck me that Mr. Dromboski's submission raised those sort of issues, and I'm sure other submissions will also. That was all, Stephen.
Yes. Okay. Thank you for that, David. And have a good rest of your day.
You too.
And we'll keep in touch with the process as best you can. Yeah, okay. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. We're coming up to past 12. I think with the busy day, we'll just break for half an hour today. A lot of people lined up to talk, so we'll reconvene at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you've had a chance to have a short break and some lunch, and you're feeling comfortable as we move into the afternoon session. I just want to double check that Peter and Kathy here are not waiting to present. Hello, David. Just wait for Antoine to come on too. You're looking very cool in your shirts, gentlemen. Must be hot where you are.
Home office, air conditioning.
Very
Cafe
hot.
coffee's been brought to me. Fantastic.
My order didn't arrive, Antoine.
Oh no.
Can you talk to your contact about that?
Give me an address.
Okay, that's great. So look, I think Peter and Kathy aren't going to be on. They were due earlier on, so I haven't seen them online. But so Luke Harris, we'll move to your submission, and I think Darrell, you're involved there too, so you can both light up your screens, which you have, and the floor is yours.
Very good. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of mana whenua, iwi and hapu here today. Understand, it takes a significant amount of time and resource and for everyone involved to attend these hearings. I just wanted to clarify that although we are presenting in this SASM and archaeological sites hearing, it's because this particular archaeological sites is in Schedule 3 and it's a European site with no known kind of associations or values for Māori. I will hand over to Luke to do his piece, and then I will come in with a little planning piece afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you. And Luke, you've circulated some further information to go through. Is that, I've got that in front of me.
Yeah, it's just a few emails I've picked up along the journey.
Yep.
Sort of
Great.
thing.
Yeah, thank you for that.
All good.
Yeah, so just kick off and let us know what you'd like to tell us.
Cool. Yeah, I'll read it through and then talk
Cool.
about it. So tēnā koutou, my name is Luke Harris. My partner and I brought a property corner of Waireka Road West and South Road in Omata with the site ID 2486 questionably marked on it. I have a local building company here in New Plymouth and my partner is a doctor at Taranaki Base Hospital. We have 2 children, one at Puddle Ducks Daycare Centre and the other one at Central School. And we take great pleasure in being part of the community here and our ability to give back to the people with the work we do. I share an interest alongside everyone with the proposed district plan. I can see a lot of great opportunity for the generations to come, and I do understand the importance in getting it right. Today I will be addressing some concerns I do have with site ID 2486 and the inclusion within the proposed district plan and the new extent that has been proposed on this site. Bit of background, we purchased this property in 2020. In the due diligence process, we understood the original submission made by Michael and Rachel Perrott to oppose the site was in place and we were able to continue with it. I talked to Keith Manukonga from Okura Pa to see what significance the site had to mana whenua, and he confirmed it was a European site, no tapu on the land. We queried the restrictions of this European archaeological site at the time and the viability of building our home on this land. As part of this, we were met with advice from Josh Parker, New Plymouth District Council Environmental Planner. We were told the only restrictions would be earthworks within a 50-metre radius of this proposed site. Then this would trigger a resource consent to go ahead. Considering this is only part of the land, we proceeded to go with the purchase and develop the plans and dreams for the land. We did commission a local architect to start design on our home in this location, taking steps to preserve the heritage value of the site. We achieved a happy medium of respecting the 50-metre offset and making the most of the beautiful landscape. All infrastructure and earthworks are located at least 20 metres outside of that 50-metre of heritage value. We engaged a local company, Greenbridge, who's here in Taranaki, and they specialise in sustainable and regenerative planting design. Working with them, we have created a plan to plant over 40% of the current bare farmland into native trees. And with excitement in that first 6 months of purchase, we've already planted 500 trees and shrubs. Recently, I was told by New Plymouth District Council with no prior consultation, there is now a 200-metre buffer extent on this site. Hearing this, all of our dreams and plans came crashing down. This extent now covers pretty much the entire property. It does. And I read the ruling around this is the only permitted land disturbance and activities on this archaeological site relates to fence posts and grazing, and like planting a single tree on this land now requires a resource consent. I presume this would also include an additional consent from Heritage New Zealand. The usability of this land in this area and freedom to plant and heal this land is next to impossible without timely, stressful and expensive processes from my side and from your side. This extent has forced us into the much wanted resource consent process. There is uncertainty as to if we can even build our family home on the land now. The additional time and stress and money of the process is nearly crippling. I have found there to be a lack of information provided to justify the inclusions and restrictions of this site and the extent. Further investigation is needed to gain a better level of understanding here. In February 2021, I requested all information from the council relevant to this site. The information provided only led to more questions. I received 3 documents, which I think you guys might have. 1860s map of burnt homestead, site 2486 South Road in Mata, and full site record P19295. I went through the documents and immediately queried the same concerns that continue today about the site, all of which remain unanswered with clarity. I was told by the council representative at the time they would get in touch with me shortly. Fast forward 9 months and I received a phone call offering to meet the day of the site to discuss the rules around the site. I declined to meet as it was not available at such short notice, and the rules weren't really the issue, the facts were. The first issue was the information provided me in February is the actual location of the site. Full site record P19295 held with New Zealand Archaeological Association identifies the site in 3 separate locations, 2 of which are not on our property. In the same document, full site record P19295, the archaeological site was first recorded and signed by Nigel Prickett in December 2003. It is recorded the well was visible in dry conditions when visited in March 2003, could not be made out when the whole paddock was green in June. The only further mention of a well I can find in documents is in a thesis written by Dr. Janice Adamson, published in 2013. It states that the owner of the land recalls filling in a well, which was on the high point of the land, the depression of which is visible when Prickett recorded the site in 2003. This suggests to me that the well was recorded and apparently last identified in March 2003. Only appeared as a depression in the ground rather than an identifiable well. Did Nigel Prickett confirm this was a pre-1900s well? And is there any indisputable evidence to support this, or only the opinion of the farmer at the time when he filled in this well years prior? I contacted the farmer, Len Jury, who originally sited the well. He told me that what we are calling a well was never actually confirmed as a well. The same document, full site record P19295, also describes the site of the pre-1816s farmhouse, Thomas Wilkinson. However, the historical maps provided by New Plymouth District Council in the same email entitled 1860s map of Burnt Homestead shows the same farmhouse to be located hundreds of meters away on an adjacent farm. The NZAA document map also locates the farmhouse / well to be on the adjacent property. The point I'm making is the farmhouse, which is speculated to be associated with the well, also appears to have different locations recorded, both of which are not on our land. In reading the relevant sections of the previously mentioned thesis written by Dr. Janice Adamson, Dr. Adamson and Dr. Hans Bader carried out a geometric survey over the suspected archaeological site on the land. The survey uncovered a small scatter of glass and ceramic. The thesis also mentions farmer recalling filling in a well. When in communications with Len Jury, he made contact with Dr. Bader about this. I was forwarded an email from Len Jury written by Dr. Bader, who says, with regards to the geometric survey, I can't remember what the results were, probably not spectacular. In my efforts to try and understand more, I spoke with Catherine Hurren, a senior archaeologist from New Zealand, Heritage New Zealand. She also had some concerns. She says in an email, I'm a little bit suspect about the actual location of this site. NZAA form ArchiSite map indicator and the New Plymouth District Plan seem to have it located in different places. When then spoke on the phone, she agreed more investigation was needed. In the proposed district plan, it states that this is a verified site. But when I spoke to the planner, they told me it was not a verified site. Just the information I'm getting is inconsistent, and the rules around what we can and can't do are changing. On the 17th of December 2021, Mr. Cameron Twigley from BTW requested more information from the council. He had the same concerns as myself. The information was requested to be provided ASAP as deadlines for the expert evidence and hearing times were fast approaching. The night before the hearing, last Tuesday, the 8th February 2022, I received further questionable and very speculative information, which was forwarded to me via Mr. Twigley. I can see from the email chain that this information was only supplied to Mr. Twigley the night before the hearing at 6 p.m. Given I had minimal time to understand the new information, I decided not to speak last week. This information I have been asking for from the council for a year now, and the new information is only offered up at 6 p.m. the day before the hearing. This feels extremely malicious and obstructive. Mr. Twigley and I essentially had 0 business hours to go through the information before the hearing. Even after reading this, I still believe there is a lack of solid evidence supporting the existence of the well. Frustratingly, all of this has just led to more questions regarding the legitimacy of the site and the benefits of its unreasonable extent. Therefore, I ask for the site and its implications to be removed from the proposed district plan until new and validated archaeological evidence can be provided. The evidence correctly documented and made publicly available for scrutiny. At the moment, we are left in limbo. We already have invested a lot of time and money into the work towards our dream, not to mention the stress and effort that has already gone into it. I want to let you know that during the time, prices of building materials have hiked to 20% in the last year alone, and I worry that the loss in time from this process might jeopardize our ability to create our dream. I'm excited about the proposed district plan and the numerous positive benefits I have, but this is not one of them. Thanks. Kia ora.
Thank you very much, Luke. I'd like to see the site if I could, just bring it up online in terms of the district plan. Okay, so just perhaps zoom out a little bit so we can see Luke's property.
If you click on that actual site.
Okay, so that's your block there, Luke?
Correct.
And it's zoned rural?
Yeah, pretty sure it is, yep.
For production. And the A site we saw, if we home in on it?
Yep.
Yes, okay. I think before we go to questions, it would be good to get an update from the reporting planner, Joe, and Mr. McCurdy about this site. Is there any update for us?
Could you please just talk to Dan McCurdy about it, the information? That would be good.
Thank you. Mr. McCurdy?
Hello, am I visible?
You're visible, yes.
Yes, awesome. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so just to address a couple of the points there. So actually, I should probably give a little bit of background. I have received further evidence from Hans Data, which has been provided to council, but I'm not 100% sure if that's been distributed. Joe should be able to speak to that just before I refer to that data.
I think it has been.
Okay. And that was in the form of the actual original geophysical report that Hans produced on that site, which is the source of that location. But yeah, in reference to the conflicting locations for that site, so there is a map that locates the burnt homesteads, and it does, on the face of it, look like the homestead is located in the wrong location, but that map was produced before the realignment of South Road. So South Road used to be north of the subject property, rather than the current location, which is south. The coordinates provided by Nigel Prickett in the NZAA site record form are exactly the location that has been provided in the district plan. And
I thought there were 3 separate locations in that I identified, and I think Daryl might continue to prove that in her little chat after this one. Also, I sort of lined up the other archaeological sites on that 1860s map, and I thought they were pretty close. Could be wrong on that one though. Yeah.
Yeah, I believe the other location that I may be being referred to there is there's a plan on the very front of the site record form, which shows a star with a rectangle, a square next to it. And that is a very approximate location. That's in a weird anomaly of arc site. The software that produces the site record forms. If the location has not been updated in ArcSite, which is pretty common for, I would say, the majority of archaeological sites, they appear as an approximate location. So that can largely be ignored because that's an anomaly of ArcSite. The correct coordinates are actually the ones provided by Prickett. So
what about in his description that also described
Luke, I think just to keep
sorry.
Sort of a bit of order, this is an opportunity for us to ask questions.
Okay.
And through me, you can ask some other questions of the council staff, but it's sort of the way we roll.
Okay, fantastic. Sorry, I wasn't aware. It's just first time speaking.
Yeah, that's all good.
And first time speaking to Dan, to be honest, which is nice to see his face and talk.
Yeah. So obviously, do you know each other?
No.
No. Okay. So Dan, what is the evidence? Are you recommending this be retained, this site, and on what evidence?
Yes. So to clarify, I have not visited this site, so all of my recommendations are based upon the recommendations of other archaeologists and from my desktop study of the available evidence. So that available evidence is first off in my evidence report on page 133 is the near infrared photography of the site. And that shows a circular anomaly entirely consistent with the feature described by all of the other archaeologists in the exact location that Prickett has provided the coordinates for. It's important to note that the site is, as far as I can tell, is not visible on the surface. So the only ways to find its location now are through remote sensing. So that's like the near infrared photography and also the work completed by Dr. Barter. Now, Dr. Barter has sent me a description in an email of his argument for that site being located there. Am I okay to read that, or is that considered hearsay?
Pretty challenging for us to, that's not in front of us currently. Is it subsequent to the reporting that's been done, Dan?
So this was provided to the council. So it's in the information provided to the council and I believe distributed.
On the 8th of February, I provided something to Christine to put up into the set of evidence.
Okay.
Regarding jury farm and jury assessment. There are 3 documents that were sent through regarding ArcSite 2486 via email from Dan. So it's in response to Cam Twigley's evidence. So I don't know whether it's.
So it went up with Cam's one.
Yes.
Okay, so that's online.
Yeah.
And is that sort of I'm looking at, I wonder whether we should go to Cam's evidence, which perhaps.
Because that was both for Heritage 7 and this evidence was for Heritage and this.
Oh, so that was in hearing 13, wasn't it?
Remember, and he said he excused himself because he realised it should have come into this.
That's right.
Because of
That's
schedule
just,
3.
that's right, all right. So this was last week's hearing, so this is a hearing 13 matter.
Yeah, it would have come
Isn't it?
through. Well, there were, Cam had done a submission or evidence based on 2 sets of submissions against Heritage Taranaki's archaeological
Which we
sites
dealt with last
and
time.
on Mr. Harris's site, and he realised belatedly that Mr. Harris's site should have come into this, which it has now come into this hearing.
So it's a SESM as well, is it, or just an archaeological?
No, it's just an archaeological site.
And it's not a site of significance to Maori.
No,
it's a
not.
well.
It's an archaeological site, but it still turns up in Schedule 3. That's That's the issue. So the initial submission was against Schedule 3.
Yes.
Because the Schedule 3 contains both archaeological as well as SASM sites.
Okay.
That's the.
And the position of the council and your expert evidence is that this is an archaeological site that should be in Schedule 3.
Yes. It has been notified as part of Schedule 3.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you're still recommending, Joe, that it is retained.
I'm not sure what my actual recommendation is. I'll just check that one moment, please.
Mr. McCurdy's recommendation is on page 130, Stephen.
Yes, yes.
Which is the location should be kept based on the best information, but he raises doubts about the possible extent proposed and says that it should not be adopted without further evidence, and referred to the possibility of some correspondence with Mr. Bader. And I guess that's where that takes us now to that email from Mr. Bader.
But is there there's not an extent shown on the plan?
There isn't, and my recommendation has been to retain the site, but to add a small extent at the planning maps hearing. And it's part of a larger issue that I identified in my report concerning the sites that don't have extents. Some of them, like this tiny well site, we just hadn't turned our mind to the fact that they would need extents, and it's just a technical issue. So this is the tricky thing that initially Josh Parker, the person who advised Mr. Harris, would have said 50 metres because he knew that we needed to put an extent on the site, which would then trigger the 50. As it currently stands, however, because it has no extent, it triggers the 200-metre radius.
Yes.
You know, to be consistent with the way we've currently got the rule framework. But in actual fact, my intention is to try and put extents around all such similar sites, because it's not appropriate that they don't have extents around them.
So Joe, what are you relying on in terms of scope to do that?
Because partly our own submissions around the extents of sites, but also Heritage New Zealand had commented and questioned whether it was appropriate that some of these sites didn't have extents, or had large, especially for what they considered to be minor sites like find sites or well sites and similar. And what we identified is that actually we just hadn't turned our mind to the fact that these smaller sites would require actual physical identification on the map of their extent, so that we could, so that they could just trigger the 50-metre rule, not the 200-metre rule. Yeah, so that's been my approach, and I've mentioned it in the report.
And so you come back to us with extents in the mapping hearing, which is right at the end.
Yes, and what you'll see is for these kinds of sites where there's essentially just one item on the ground, whether it be a well or a previous artefact find, it's not appropriate to have a 200-metre radius extent. We know that. And so we were intending to demarcate on the planning maps a tiny wee extent around the actual site itself, so that they, if they need to trigger anything, and this is set aside obviously from the actual evidence discussion, that they would only trigger a 50-metre radius rather than a 200-metre radius, because we realised that that was not appropriate for these kinds of sites.
So it sounds like you're quite supportive of Mr. Harris's dilemma.
I am, yes. There are other elements of it, obviously, that pertain to the actual archaeological evidence, which I can't speak to.
Yes.
You can speak to Dan about.
Yes.
But in actual terms of the effect on this, I can understand his concern, and we think it has some merit. So that's what we were intending to do.
Okay, I think that's helpful. Just wondering about the next thing to go to. whether we have some further questions, or Danny, do you want to talk about what you've heard back from the other archaeologists? Perhaps brief us on that.
Yes, okay, I'll summarise it. It's probably best. So basically, Dr. Barter's argument for the site being located there is that they found 19th century ceramic and bottle glass at the farm gate. So this is the reason for the extent into the next paddock past the farm gate. The well is in the middle of the paddock. The geomagnetic survey found that definitively. The geomagnetic survey also shows potential structures between the location of the ceramic and the well. The size of the area is comparable to the street homestead in Bellblock, so a similar period homestead. There's always a chance of Māori occupation, as all homestead sites excavated had earlier Māori archaeology on them. Within this direct area, we're still missing several historically recorded Māori land war structures attacking the Waireka Redoubt. So that those last 2 points are not directly related to the well, obviously. So in summary, really my reasoning for including the point location for that site is that all 4 sources of information that I have are in absolute agreement, which is the recording of the original archaeologist, the findings of the geomagnetic survey, the hearsay of the previous owner, Len Jerry, and the near-infrared imagery that I've examined myself, as well as the map of destroyed homesteads. But yes, I absolutely take on board the discussion around the council preferring to have extents, and so that's why I've provided an extent, which is entirely based upon the work of Dr. Barter. And that has come through from Dr. Adamson's thesis originally, but it is supported by the Barter's geomagnetic report that has been provided to yourselves.
So that Barter evidence is the geomagnetic report on page 133 of your appendix 5, is that right?
Yes, that report is entitled Geophysical Survey, Jury Farm, Omata, Taranaki, and that's dated May 2007.
And that's what Christine circulated to us. Is that right?
That would have come through with Mr. Twigley's evidence.
It was Twigley's evidence, which is in my section 13 folder.
I can provide you with a copy if you like.
So this, just to clear, this is a hearing 13 matter or a hearing 14 matter?
Well, I think it's probably both but it was, excuse me, because the submission was against Schedule 3. Schedule 3 is covered by this hearing.
Okay.
And that's the tricky thing, even though it's an archaeological site.
Yes. Well, I think perhaps I'll pause and we'll get any questions from Antoine and David first off for Mr. Harris, and then we'll move on from there.
Stephen, I just wonder whether we might hear from Darrell first.
Yeah, that's your preference, Antoine?
Yes, please.
Yes, okay, Darrell, can you just give us you're presenting CAM planning evidence that is in the section 13 bundle, hearing 13 bundle of evidence.
That's right, yes. Thanks for having me today. I will be here on behalf of CAM, and I've prepared a brief statement just to cover off that fact. I fired that through to Julie only early this morning. I'm happy to email it through again so that it can be in front of you. But it's just a short administrative piece, and then I have a comment about adopting CAM's evidence and a comment about that extra information that was provided to Luke and CAM last week. So just to get a couple of admin matters out the way, I'm Daryl Marie Martin. I'm a planner at BTW Company. My statement and things I will discuss today pertain to planning matters. I've got a Bachelor of Science and a PG DIP, and I'm a member of NZPI. I have about 5 years planning experience and a couple of other years in GIS and doing LIMS for New Plymouth District Council. Familiar with New Plymouth District, and as I work for a consultant, I do land use consent and subdivision applications all the time. So I'm very familiar with the operative district plan and the proposed district plan. And I agree to comply with the Environment Court's Code of Conduct for expert witnesses. So with regard to Cam's evidence and why he can't be here today, Mr. Cameron Twigley has provided planning evidence on behalf of the submitter dated 17th of January 2022. There was some confusion with regard to the dates for different chapters and scheduled hearings, and Mr. Twigley is unable to attend today's hearing as he is at a Taranaki Regional Council hearing. I have been asked to attend on his behalf to continue providing planning advice for the submitter. I can confirm that I have read the evidence of Mr. Twigley and discussed it with him. I understand his evidence and agree with it. I also made the further submission on behalf of the submitter and have read the Section 42A report and the evidence of Mr. Daniel McCurdy. Mr. Twigley and I received some late information from Council's officers on 7th of February 2022, last week, which I attach as Appendix A to my brief. It consists of the results of the geophysical survey of the site undertaken by Hans Dieter and Janice Adamson as part of the latter's thesis. It has an overview map of all sites that underwent geophysical surveys and their proposed extents, a close-up of the geophysical survey results for the subject archaeological site, and an email from Mr. McCurdy summarising a discussion he had with Mr. Dieter about the latter's reasoning for the proposed extent. The information was provided in response to Mr. Twigley's evidence submitted for this hearing. I have reviewed the information and I consider the location, extent and importance of archaeological material on the site to remain unclear. The geophysical survey image lacks any kind of key or annotations as to its anomalies, though there are many. The explanation then contradicts itself, noting that the landowner filled a well on a high point towards the middle of the Western Survey grid, and then stating that one of two and more anomalies near that well is the well site. The landowner's explanation is therefore put into question. Then two further anomalies indicating metal are described. However, since they are said to be north of the possible well, which is unable to be pinpointed, they could be any two of four anomalies. Mr. Dieter further states that the well is in the middle of the paddock. This provides no further confirmation of the well location, since approximately four anomalies are marked in the middle of the paddock as viewed from Waireka Road. For the above reasons, I consider that NPDC do not have sufficient accurate evidence to confirm the located extent of the site, and that there will be significant implications for the landowner's use and enjoyment of the property by maintaining a scheduled feature on the site, particularly as there are no visible remnants, plus the history of use of the site for cropping and pasture with associated cultivation of topsoils. That's the end of my statement, other than it's reasonably unclear what extent we are talking about. Appreciate that Jo just clarified that she intends to put perhaps a circle around the well site when we confirm which one it is, and that there's sort of a separate recommendation in Mr. McCurdy's report to adopt an extent, which is the one with the point on it out to the north that goes into the next paddock. And that extent is significantly bigger than just the well site. Yeah, so quite unclear really on what kind of extent we're talking about. But that's all from me for now.
Thanks, Darrell. You've done a great job picking this up. at reasonably late notice by the sound of things. The reason I was a bit confused is that email would have come in during the hearing last week, and I've been on the road back and forth, and it just hasn't really come to my attention. So apologies for that. So I've just got a copy of that information now. So with that explanation and evidence from Darrell, Antoine, do you have some questions?
Apologies there. I'm just transferring all that information over to this file, so I've got another copy over here. So just apologies about that. I really appreciate the submissions you've given today, and particularly to you, Luke. I know we're online and we can't quite see you properly, but just really acknowledge that it's sometimes really challenging, especially I think this might be your first time coming to a hearing.
Yeah, it is. Yep.
And we're all dressed up in shirts and ties, and there's a lot of formality associated with the hearing, and just really appreciate you taking the time to take us through your perspectives. And I know it's really close to your heart and to the vision of what you're trying to do. So I just want to acknowledge the challenge of that.
Thank you. It means a lot. Thank you very much.
The second one is, I suppose, share an observation that I made yesterday, and it was confirmed by Mr. McCurdy, is that the framework as we currently see it in the historic heritage chapter, and then also here in the schedules for the archaeological sites and the SASMs, and then the rules that are applicable to both of those, in this instance, archaeological sites, there's a one-step process, and that is there characteristics of archaeological sites there? Yes. Can the location be confirmed? Yes. And it goes into the schedule, but there isn't a second, I suppose, step. Are these archaeological sites of value that should be protected in the district plan? And we had conversations yesterday, Mr. Harris. I don't know if you were privy to those around. It was an interesting discussion around the discerning of how a site goes in or doesn't go in.
Yeah.
And I suppose, and that talks a bit to, we're talking about, I think, both of those aspects today. One is, actually, is this located in this particular position, and what's the certainty of it? And then the second part is, which is not currently the framework of the rules as we currently see them, or the policy framework, is a site that's of significance to the district, then that should be protected in perpetuity and included in the schedule. So that's perhaps a conversation for another day.
Yeah, thanks for that.
But I just wanted to just share that's the observation, certainly from yesterday, that I was sharing with those who attended yesterday. I'm not sure I have my main question was going to be, have we got all the information that we need in front of us together? And I think we almost have all the current information, and it's whether, but my question to you is whether you think there's further information that we should have, or what do you think would be necessary to give confidence that these archaeological sites are located there, or not, or somewhere else?
Like correct documentation from the start, I think, is critical. I feel like I'm a builder, so I'm not privy to a lot of stuff, but I feel like a solid foundation is key. And the documents that I was given from the start, and I did question that with Heritage New Zealand, were just shaky. And I do believe a lot of this further evidence was built off something, yeah, that I cannot be convinced of, sort of thing, you know? I feel like, yeah.
Thanks for that. My next question perhaps is for Mr. McCurdy. If this site was included in the proposed, in the district plan and sheltered in the district plan with the extent shown, irrespective of it included just the well or where it's presumed the homesteaders, what's the heritage outcome that's being sought?
I guess this comes back to the comment you made just before about how, in reality, in the district plan, archaeological sites aren't graded in terms of their significance and whether they should be protected or not. They are just protected. So yes, my mandate was to identify archaeological sites, regardless of their significance, I guess you could say. And that's what's happened here. I think it's worth noting that we're possibly talking at cross purposes about this site. There's the extent that is proposed, which actually talks about the homestead, whereas the actual site that's recorded in the district plan is the well.
Yes, that's right.
Which would ultimately be a point
Sorry,
with a very small circle.
I was probably tripping over my words there, but you've summarised that well. Thank you. I suppose that's a nice neutral position to be. Say, I'm just commissioned to see, identify, is it archaeological and where is it? But I suppose I'm as a heritage professional and expert, and you've got lots of experience in terms of the district plan identifying and protecting the site. What's the heritage outcome that achieves in terms of a former homestead and a well?
Right. Yes.
I'm asking you to pretend I'm a naive person who doesn't know much about these things, and I'm asking you that question.
Yeah, and I will get off my fence now. Yes. So the key thing with this type of site is they tend to be an indicator of something much larger. So where there is a well, there is a homestead. Obviously, we already know about the homestead. Those homesteads can provide significant archaeological information, and that is why they are protected by the Act, by the Heritage New Zealand Pahuri Taonga Act. So what I would like to see for all of these sites, including this one, is that they are protected from unregulated destruction. So that doesn't mean that they can't be destroyed, just that if they are destroyed, information about them is gathered as that happens.
Is the importance of it, and I'm going to be a little bit pointed about this, is the importance of the site in terms of the information you gain from it, from investigating it and recording it, or is it the importance of the site in of itself? Was it both?
So there's a series of criteria that Heritage New Zealand puts forward for the significance of archaeological sites and why they're important. One of them is the potential for recovery of information. Other ones are, I haven't got them in front of me right now, but from memory, their amenity value. So that's how valuable they are to the public, which in this instance is probably pretty low. I haven't done a significance assessment of this site, but there's 5 criteria.
I'm sort of asking in the hypothetical here. Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, yeah, there are 5 criteria set out for why these sites can be significant. And yeah, one of the key ones is information recovery potential, because obviously if there's no potential for recovery of information in, say, an archaeological excavation, the significance drops dramatically.
And I suppose for Mr. Harris and his whānau, in terms of that type of assessment, that would only come into play when they would go to development and then go through the consent process and the archaeological authority process as it currently stands.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, during as part of a comprehensive archaeological assessment of effects.
And what do you think would be the likely cost of that type of work in your experience? Just the archaeological work.
For the assessment?
Yes.
A ballpark would be anywhere between maybe 1,000 and probably 2,000 to 3,000. That's obviously a ballpark.
And an investigation would be? And
an investigation, that's very difficult to
that's a bit of an unfair question.
Because, and I do have to refer back to Bada's comments about the fact that there is a lot of unrecorded Māori archaeology in that area. So in that thesis, Dr. Adamson's thesis, it is actually about them trying to excavate a homestead and finding a whole bunch of unknown Maori features underneath, such as big rifle trenches and things like that. So I would be very hesitant to even guess what an archaeological investigation could cost. It could be that you strip the soil and there's nothing there and it's a day's work, but it could be there's an entire Māori settlement under there in addition to a homestead, in which case it's considerably more in the form of weeks of investigation potentially.
Thank you. Oh, sorry, I muted myself. Sorry, I didn't have any other questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. David?
Yes, questions to both Mr. McCurdy and Ms. Martin. Mr. McCurdy, just one for you really. You've outlined the 4 pieces of information that you've relied on in terms of pinpointing the well site, and I don't have any questions on those. You have noted though that you haven't visited the site, and my question to you is, how likely would a site visit lead you to perhaps reassess that site position?
Given the statements from the other archaeologists, I don't think a site visit would probably help, just because all indications are that it's not visible on the surface. It's really only visible through remote sensing technologies.
Okay, thank you. There is actually one other matter, and it's just in relation to the heritage outcome or archaeological outcome that you discussed with the commissioner before me, with Antoine. There seems to be a certain irony that that you don't get to understand that information unless you trigger the resource consent and the work's done, or the archaeological authority. The perverseness of that is that those procedures scare people off from doing that. So quite often they're not undertaken, or if they are, they're done unlawfully. So, do you have any comment on that sort of strange, perverse outcome?
Yes, you're very correct. It's a catch-22 that us archaeologists are caught in. But to be honest, most of the time we try to advise our clients who approach us in situations like this. We advocate avoidance of archaeology if at all possible. So if you plan to build your house exactly on a site, we suggest maybe moving it to the side, and that will reduce your financial impact of the work and also protect the archaeology as well. So it's kind of a win-win.
Yes, but it doesn't necessarily provide you with any information
No.
about what's being protected. So yeah, look, that was just an observation. No real question there. Thank you for that. Stephen, I did have questions for Darrell.
Yes.
I'm just trying to make sense of this, Darrell. What I've written down is that there's some uncertainty, well, in your client's view, there's some uncertainty on the location about where the well is and it's pinpointed. Although the questions from Mr. McCurdy would indicate that he's less uncertain. If the recommendation is adopted and the well is pinpointed as recommended by Mr. McCurdy and Ms. Ritchie, then the question is, what would happen to the extent? And I think Ms. Ritchie's indicated a strange situation is that if there's no extent indicated, then the default is the 200-metre rule. However, and come in, Ms. Ritchie, if I've got this wrong, if there is an extent, then I think the 50-metre rule comes into play. Can we just get some clarification on that, Ms. Ritchie?
Yes, that's correct.
Good. Well, it means I have been concentrating over the last 2 days.
Yes.
Thanks. So I guess from a planning perspective and your client's perspective, do you have a comment on the preferability of either of those in terms of the planning approach?
Pinpointing the well and putting a small extent around it would provide a lot more certainty for Luke, I'm sure, then we would be able to narrow down what rules in the chapter apply and don't apply. Sorry, this is outside the question, but I think the problem is also that wider pink extent, and I would have an issue with that one.
That's the one that Mr. McCurdy's identified.
That's right. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. It was probably an unfair question. I should really put this to Luke. Luke, if you're listening.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yep.
Luke, what sort of activity? I mean, is it primarily cultivation that you think could trigger the identified site and a small extent around it, or is it? Have you mentioned the work you've done with your architect on your house site? How likely is that the foundation is likely to impinge on the site?
50 metre radius, are you talking about?
Well, let's say there was a 50 metre radius rule.
Yep. So we've put our house outside. Well, the plan is to put the house outside of that. So there's no desire to go into that 50 odd meters. I do want to plant out a lot of the area in natives. I believe that's where my dream and what I think needs to be done. Lots more planting, lots more birds, and I don't know, some might argue less farmland, bare farmland. So yeah, it does sort of affect that as well.
What about farming? What about farming and cultivation?
Yeah, I'm not really interested in that, to be honest.
Okay.
That's not why we brought the land. We do have 2 dogs, but other than that, I can't handle the responsibility of many more animals at the moment.
Yes. So one scenario was that the site well's pinpointed. There is a small extent identified, which triggers a 50 metre rule. Your house and any earthworks, as a structure and any earthworks are outside of that.
So they're outside 50 metres from the archaeological site, roughly 70 metres, but I think the extent is a further 50, so then that becomes 100 metre, does it not?
It depends on as Darrell said, it depends on the actual boundaries of the extent, and it seems that there might be different view on the extent of the extent, if you like, between Miss Ritchie and Mr. McCurdy. I'm not too sure, but
so yeah, and that does, like, with that 100 meters, that does cover a lot of the land. That's a different ball game. Not only me, it does affect, I think, 4 other titles and owners.
Okay.
So it's not just me, and I don't know if they've been notified, but that then does sort of create a large issue, and the cost.
And that would affect the house position. Is it the house position?
It would.
Come? Yes.
It would. Yeah. Correct. Yeah.
Okay. We heard that. We heard from Ms. Ritchie in response to another submitter this morning. I think Mr. Keat, that would trigger a fully discretionary activity for both earthworks and a structure. Okay. Okay. Right. And it's the process and the cost that concerns you.
Yeah, I'm not
as opposed to the outcome.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, and then it falls into the original scope, like that kind of wasn't in the budget. It was not really explained from the start. I did try to do as much possible due diligence as I could, and I did obviously get a lot of different chat and directions that, as I sort of explained.
Okay, thank you for your answers. Appreciate that. Stephen, I have one final question.
I just have one other thing. I'm very sorry, but I've got to jump on a flight, get out of here. Am I able to leave it with Darrell or not?
Of course, if you've got a flight to get and you need to go off, I suggest you do.
Yeah. Sorry, I thought we were going to be a bit earlier.
Yes, we are delayed today. It's one of those days. So look, Darrell, I'm sure we'll handle things if you do need to catch your flight. Cool. And this is all on Zoom, so you'll be able to look at anything we say later on as well. So Thanks for your attendance and your patience.
Yeah, thanks for your time. And sorry, guys, sorry for cutting off a bit early.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, cheers.
Thanks, Luke.
Sorry, Stephen, just one final question. I'll end it there. Ms. Ritchie, I just wanted to go back to the scope in the New Zealand, in Heritage New Zealand's submission regarding the additions of extents, whether or not part of the plan. And I think you said that Heritage New Zealand's submission suggested that there should be extents always, and you're comfortable with that. But was that a general? Was that cast as a general relief, or was it in relation to specific properties on the schedule?
It was cast as a general relief.
Yes. Okay. And was that summarised in the submissions? How was? Would it have been clear to people reading that summary of submissions that could apply to their properties which didn't have an extent?
I actually suggested to a couple of people to actually use that submission for further submissions in relation to that kind of situation.
Yes.
And I think that the parents may have done just that.
Okay. And just a subsequent question to that is, did the Heritage New Zealand submission actually suggest a metric or a distance, or did it just talk about increasing or providing extents per se?
It actually was cast in the scope of some of these sites we don't think are significant enough to be included in the plan, but in any case, we think they need extents or something similar to that. I can't remember the actual wording, but I can go and find it for you if you want to.
Yeah, I think back in your writer reply that were important. That sounds a little bit counterproductive in terms of their submission. If they're saying on one hand that may not need it, but once a site's identified, then and an extent's applied, then it's a different ball game, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yep.
Yes. Okay, I'll leave it there, sir. Yep. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, David. Joe, I'm troubled by the process here, and I just wanted to understand a bit more about the sequence. One of the things I'm troubled about is after the 42A report's been lodged and we've got evidence, there's further information circling around and given to us late, and evidence being presented to us that we really, the timetable's prepared very carefully, so we don't get some of this tit for tat sort of more and more information, and it's rolled around as a circumstance. So I wonder, is this just an unusual situation, or
I think it is an unusual situation because the original submission referred to Dr. Bader's and Ms. Adamson's thesis, and Dan recommended that we could chat with him because he is around. We could find out further. And so that information then arrived quite late from Dr. Bader. Obviously, there was a Christmas break. I was not present in council from the 17th to the 5th of January. And so I did my best then to provide the information as soon as I received it from Dan. And I thought it was on the evidence list. What happened with Mr. Twigley's evidence last week, I hadn't anticipated that this is the problem with archaeological sites. The provisions for the archaeological sites being in the Historic Heritage chapter, but in actual fact, the site is in Schedule 3, which has been my schedule around the SASM and archaeological sites. And so some people submitted purely on the Schedule 3. They didn't submit against a chapter. And so in actual fact, Mr. Twigley was correct. It should have come into this week's bundle, but but for whatever reason it didn't initially. So I do have, as provided to me, I think by Dan, some additional information that I thought you had already received. So I'm not sure quite what the mix-up has been there.
Yes. And just for those that are listening in, we have had quite a lot of discussion with the staff about the way the new National Planning Standards deals with historic heritage, archaeological sites, and the sites of significance to Maori. And the council had to sort of go with what they've been told to do in terms of ranging the matters in hearing 13 and 14, and there is some overlap, which is unfortunate. So I accept that. The other question I have is just about the sequencing from a natural justice point of view. If I'm looking at page 134 of Mr. McCurdy's evidence,
yes,
and this has got this, it's got the site that I understand is in the district plan, which is the green triangle,
yeah,
as an archaeological site. That was notified,
yes,
and there was a submission
from the original owner,
the original
Mr.
owner,
Barrett.
yes, and that now is being taken over by Mr. Harris as the new owner.
That's correct.
And that submission asked for that to be deleted or
Yes,
lack of information.
Removed from the
Removed.
from the plan.
In the meantime, we've got a very general submission from Heritage New Zealand saying some of these archaeological sites are important, some are more important than others. Not sure which one should be in the district plan. Is that a fair?
That's correct, yeah.
Yes.
That's a good summary.
And by the way, we think some of them should have extents on them. How from a net, and then Mr. McCurdy's come along with his report and has extended the area of influence on Mr. Harris's land a lot. So what chance, that was never notified.
No.
How can this get into a public document through a proper natural justice process?
I guess it's just the iterative process of investigating the information further. And my recommendation was to actually put a tiny wee extent around the site as notified, but not necessarily to proceed with Mr. McCurdy's larger extent.
I asked Mr. McCurdy, and I'll talk to you a bit later, Mr. McCurdy, yesterday about just the keys on these plans, this extent of discussion. So this is your take after looking at all the evidence and thinking about what an extent might possibly be based, and the scope for that, as I understand from Joe, the general submission from Heritage New Zealand that some of these sites should have extents, and you've applied your interpretation and archaeological expertise to showing what these extents should be in the plan as decided, not notified. And then Joe, your recommendation is perhaps a small extent. We've got a different recommendation from Dan. The landowners and submitters have got no opportunity to really have time over Christmas to work that through. So
I did in my appendix 6 regarding landowner further submissions or submission.
Yes.
I did include a reference to Mr. and Mrs. Parrott's property at page 23 of that document. And I had noted that I confirmed in November 2021 that a consent application was underway. I spoke to Mr. Harris.
Yes.
And he said it was not necessary to come out because he thought it was all underway. And you'll notice that in that table, I noted that Dan had recommended that Dr. Bader be approached for further evidence relating to the site in the form of results of the geophysical survey, which may support the extent proposed in Adamson's thesis. But my recommendation was to retain the site as notified and add small extent at the planning maps hearing, because we just don't have time to do that now, and it's appropriate at the planning maps hearing to change the planning map. And so there was evidence there concerning where we were at with the information that we had at the time. And that we had recommended that Dr. Bader be approached for further evidence in relation to the site.
So the council engaged Dr. Bader?
No, we didn't. No. Dan, as he's known him previously, had opted to contact him in relation to his earlier information, his earlier archaeological report.
Yes, and this is new evidence, which we're hearing today, literally is hearsay. We don't have the opportunity to talk to Dr. Bader.
No, we haven't called Dr. Bader.
I just don't think that this process would stand scrutiny as a basis for decision making, particularly if we have evidence from the council that there should this new large pink area should be an extent to come into the plan. No real opportunity to understand or sheet home a decision based on that, and the lack of time and opportunity for the landowner and submitter to understand that. So, but you're not recommending that, are you? You're not recommending that this extent be adopted?
No, I'm not.
Okay. And so it's probably about as far as we can go. And I think, is it, and this is perhaps a question for the hearing administrators, where there's a further mapping issue to be dealt with, is that to other submitters on notice that they're on a mapping list later on, or how does that work?
Not at this point in time, that hasn't been notified.
They haven't been notified, but there will be a list of people where there's mapping issues will be notified.
Yes.
And this is one of them. If there was a new extent to be added.
There would actually be several as an outcome of this wider process.
Yes, and you're thinking, Joe, that would be to small extents around identified sites, and that would enable the 50-metre rule to be.
That's correct. Yes.
clarified.
And it was just due to an oversight that was not done when we notified.
Okay. All right. That's not really. I'm just trying to get a process clear in my head. Now that has been helpful. Thank you. I don't have any further questions for you, and just thank you very much again for stepping up and your very clear statement, and your experience obviously with the resource consents and the GIS and the LIMS and everything else stands you in good stead. We've got all the information I think we need at this stage, unless there's any other follow-ups. There was a hand from Commissioner Coffin. Shall I go to now?
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just very quickly, this is a question for Joe Ritchie. I'm just interested to know if an application for an exploratory investigation under the Pouhere-Taonga Heritage New Zealand Act would trigger the consent process. So, for instance, one of the options that might be available to Mr. Harris is he actually contracts an archaeologist to do an investigation in where his site platform is. Would that trigger a consent process?
Only if he was also undertaking some activity on the site. So
I'm just thinking just an investigation.
Yes, it wouldn't attract a resource consent as far as I'm aware. It would just simply be through the archaeological authority process.
Okay, thank you.
Right, one question should have asked for at the start. I take this as a water well, not a oil well.
It is a water well.
Yes, okay,
It's attached to a whole house.
yes, yeah,
I,
that's,
I should have said I've done a few investigations on water wells, but they were sort of like 15 meters deep, and I was a student at the time, and I was at the bottom, and it was mucky business.
okay. Thank you, Daryl. Do you have any other questions of us? And we'll if not, we'll move on.
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right. Looking at our schedule. Next we have Mr. Nucky, I think. Is that right? Welcome. Are you there and can you hear us?
I'm here. Kia ora.
All right.
Kia ora. Yeah.
All right. We can hear you. We can't see you.
Oh, well, I can see you. I don't know how that works. What do I have to push? There's someone over there.
Just down the bottom left there, the second one in, you should be able to push on that. That'll start your video.
Oh, I can see it now.
Yep.
Kia ora. Someone else that stopped, sorry. Oh, here I am.
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Tēnā koe te matua, e mihi kawana kia koe kua tai mai nei kei Wainganui a tātou. Ore he mihi kawana kia koe e te rangatira me ngā karanga angatanga kei Wainganui a koe. Uchira ki te maunga a muri a koe. Nā reira, e tukuna tu rākau kia koe e whakaputa ngā kōrero kia mātou I tēnei wā. Kia ora, Mr. Nucky, just to acknowledge you and the maunga behind you and welcome you and passing over the rākau to you to share your kōrero.
Well, I suppose I've already presented my submission, and I suppose just to say that I spent a number of years with the City Council helping them identify some of these wāhi tapu, and it's got more confusing as we have progressed. I certainly was, I oversaw the archaeological, I suppose, dig that we had in Bell Block at Auranga, as you call it, for the motorway. And they spent about $1 million on that dig. And we have a lot of information about that site. And also we have a lot of information about, you know, what was happening amongst our people prior to that and why they were living there. But today I just really wanted to speak about the significance of the process that the New Plymouth Council uses, because we, you know, we do have a wāhi tapu, which I referred to in my submission at 148 Mahoi Tahi Road, where the City Council gave a consent for a house to be moved onto the property. You're looking worried, so should I carry on?
Sorry, I'm just writing on as we go, so I'm not worried at all.
Okay, so I was looking at the wrong person, sorry. But now, I suppose for us is that this consent that was given is now affecting us. At the time that the house was moved onto the property, we knew that it had to be within the 50 metres. But of course, the local authority, which is the New Plymouth City Council planning team, gave a consent for that house to be within 11 metres or 8 metres or whatever it was. The reality is now that that house is actually right on the boundary. So the rules around wahi tapu, which we thought that we were assisting with identifying our taonga throughout the district, in actual fact, there were other rules in play that we didn't know about. And this is the direct result of the City Council allowing this house to be built there without making sure that it complied with the rules. And we weren't even consulted about, I was consulted about the house going there. I was consulted about the district plan. But of course, we've got no authority to go onto the property to measure the boundaries. That's the role of the New Plymouth City Council. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention, is that there is the arbitrator of the rules, and he is not held to account. And during this process, we need to put in place a process, a public process, where people are applying for consents. There are public hearings. And of course, the other anomaly with a lot of these wahi tapu is that we now, I suppose, had our land claim settlements. And now we're in a position, a new position, where we're carrying on with what you people call, you know, and the difficulty that I have is between mana whenua and tangata whenua. And then you start talking about whānau apu iwi. And of course, when I talk to Pākehā people of what that is, they're only words. There's no relationship between whānau apu iwi and some of these wahi tapu, unless they are directly related to them. Now, we do see a lot of submitters giving you evidence representing hapu, but in actual fact, a lot of them don't even connect to some of those wahi tapu sites, but are giving evidence from, I suppose, documents that they've read and taken out of Puke Ariki and regurgitated the information and presented it as a view of the hapu. Now, those are the difficulties that I see in this planning process that we've got going at the moment, because not only at 148 have we got this house built technically illegally. For us, we have a urupā which is landlocked. We're in the process in the Maori Land Court of applying for a easement, and we're having difficulty with that. And then on the top of that, I learned that the walkway from Bell Block to Waitara is going directly past and beside our urupā. And that's only just been revealed to us as to what that may affect us as well. So, and the walkway will be within the 50-metre radius of our urupā. And it's the City Council doing that process without taking into account, I believe, a public process that allows us as the local people, because we're landowners there, having a say before the planning process is put in place and they start going out publicly with some of that information. Now, I heard some of your speakers this morning talking about the working groups that the council's working with, Hapu and Iwi. Well, not all of us are on those groups or are privy to the information that those groups are in discussions that those people are having, because there's no public or no iwi connection with some of us who are outside their ring of friends. So technically it's a complaint, but my recommendation is that there needs to be a more public process for resource consents around Waihi Tapu. And that process should be outside the New Plymouth City Council. The other area of concern for me is that, of course, there are conflicts of interest scattered through throughout the council, but also amongst some of our own people who in actual fact are wanting to conform with an opinion that I believe isn't our customary treaty stance. So there's a wee bit of confusion about the status of people representing mana whenua. Go on.
Kia ora, Mr. Naki. I wonder whether we could just bring up first on the screen 148 Ahoitahi Road, just to get us tuned into the job. Yes. So can you see that on the screen, Mr. Naki, or is that going to come up in a moment?
No, here it comes.
Here it comes. So this was, you've attached the resource consent with your statement dated 2009.
Yes.
So just talk us through looking at this, what we're seeing and what the concern is. I think it's pretty clear that we can see a par side.
The par side is our Urupā. It's Waitara West 52D.
Yes.
It's half of our Urupā. The other half of the Urupā is down the road further.
Yes.
But it has the same block number.
Yes.
And this is the house that was moved onto the site, which is, to the north or to the northwest of that corner.
Yes.
And the consent process, I suppose, supposedly had to be 50 metres away. And that's where it is today. Now, it's been there for quite a while, of course, and we've not said anything, mainly because in the past, we've been able to go to the Urupā because of the ownership of the property. Now, we've always had foot traffic being able to go across, but the new owners have banned us, trespassed us going across their land to the Urupā, so we can't legally go across there because of a trespass orders they put on me, of which I believe is all the owners, because I'm the chairman of the trust, and that they trespassed me when I said to the new owner, well, we actually own that Urupā and we go to it sometimes now and again. And before I got home, I suppose when I got home at 7 o'clock, I got a knock on the door by the police handing me a trespass notice, banning me from going across to the Urupā. So at the moment, we're applying for a easement through the Maori Land Court so that we can at least visit the Urupā and use it as an Urupā as it's designed to. But I just wanted to make you aware that there's this house. Yeah, we didn't do anything about it at the time, but you know, some of us for the last 30 years have been doing land claims and all sorts of stuff. And we're having to work at the same time. So some of these things have been left for me in my retirement to sort out. And basically this opportunity of being able to bring this to your attention, because to me, the New Plymouth City Council have not helped us. They have not protected us. Yet, in actual fact, when you read some of their treaty obligations that they put in their documents, you would think they're the best people in the world. But of course, we know that they're nice on paper. But I suppose like Te Reo was not just the words, it's the behaviour and the actions of the people. That's what Te Reo was. And I suppose I'm quite disappointed that we're now having to spend a considerable amount of money to get an easement and to reclaim our whenua.
Mr. Naki, did you mention it that otherwise, other than access across the neighbour's land, there's no other physical or walking access to the site, to the Urupā?
Oh, sorry, I don't quite understand what you were saying.
You mentioned that the previous owner had let you traverse their land to reach and visit the Urupā. I take it there's a new owner there now that has blocked that opportunity.
That's right.
And other than access across their land, there is no other physical, you can't get to the Urupā any other way. Is that right?
Yes, it was general Māori land at one point, but the Māori Land Court, of course, Europeanized, I suppose that's the term we use, yes. But it made it general land, and it failed to give us adequate access, yes, by giving us an easement. Yes. So we're having to revisit that now.
I understand that, but there may be a reason why, but my understanding that every parcel of land needs to have some form of access. So this looks like that didn't happen. Is there another access way anywhere when you go up the page here?
Oh yeah, you can swim down the river or up the river, or yes, we can go to the Kazi's place and get in the river and go up there, but the cliff's a bit high.
Yeah, that's the only way in. Okay, well this is quite obviously a unique situation, and one that I wish you very well on in terms of the easement through the Māori Land Court process. But I think it's useful for us to see the site and to recognise that it is a waitapu, and to see the area, the extent in relation to the current buildings. The extent actually goes over one of the buildings by the look of things. So thank you for bringing that issue to our attention. Do you have anything else to sort of summarise in your submission before we go to some questions from the other commissioners?
Well, I suppose after listening to some of the submitters today, in terms of the value of some of our wahitapu sites, I think that we need a higher, I suppose, threshold to approve them. And to me, it has to be to the High Court standards, so that our people must come forward with the correct historic information. And I don't believe that, the answer is in those, I say, geologists, because they only learn off us and they write it down and it becomes their stuff. That's their tikanga. It's not the other way around. And I suppose for me, I've stopped telling them anything because, you know, they go away and they doing the thesis and they come back with a degree and they sit above us, you know, in judgment of our stuff. Yet we're the mana whenua. It's our right, our treaty right to tell them what our history is. And of course, that history only begins at the signing of the treaty, because that's when you fellas all begin. You don't begin before then. Although, you know, we can trace our whakababas back to the canoes, but in actual fact, we could still trace our living descendants back before the settlers came. And we can name them because we know where they're buried and we know where they lived. And we know that they're no different to people today. They were shifting their houses around all sorts of places that suited them. Whether when, you know, climate change is not new to them. They shifted when they had to shift because they had to feed their people and protect them. If Waikato came down there or any other tribe came down there, we shifted accordingly. And it's a bit like Oranga Pa down there on the main highway at Bell Block. We went from having our pars on hills to having pars on the flat because they were easily defended on the flat because Pākehās turned up with cannons. So we had to go underground. So there's a lot of stuff that we have learned over the years that, you know, that's our knowledge. But also we can actually trace, you know, our relationships by not only by whakababa, but by knowing who the people are. We know their names. But of course, the perception that, oh, you're a iwi and you're a hapu, we are whānau living in kaingas. We came together for specific reasons when we became a hapu for either a big event or growing food or protection. So that's all that's the wisdom I can only leave you with.
Yes. And it sounds wise to me. So thank you for bringing that through the hearing to us. I will ask Commissioner Coffin if he has some specific questions.
Tēnā koe matua. I didn't have a specific question, but certainly there was a number of things that really resonated for me, and I just wanted to share those back with you. Really take on board the sentiments around being a landowner of a site of significance here, Waihi Tapu, and the obligations that those landowners will be engaged or consulted in regards to development that might affect them and their future generations. So I think that's a really important point that the particular example that you showed highlighted. And obviously there's always going to be issues around, you know, people working or they're busy doing things and being able to come together to respond to a particular proposal within a particular time frame and in a particular way. Those are some of the real constraints and the complications of resource management. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. Also the concern you shared with us around representation. And I know that the council does take its cues from the treaty settlements that have been completed and those post-settlement governance entities, which have quite a lot of strong mandates that the council can't ignore. But I'm not suggesting for a moment that's the be and end all of things. Just to say that's
well, I hope so.
That's what the council's faced with. But
it has a choice, and it makes the choice whether we like it or not.
Yeah.
I certainly go and tell them my view.
But I think you provided a a lovely pathway to a safe place where you explained, the role of whānau, the role of hapu, and the role of iwi. And I think there's a solution in there somewhere that we should certainly be mindful of, that not losing the focus of the whānau and their deep connection to the places where they lived or their ancestors have lived. So I just want to acknowledge that what you shared with us today. I'm certainly sending you warm energy in your quest to get an easement to the Urupā and Pā. That sounds like a really good cause. And it's a shame that the opportunity when the consent came up that wasn't taken, but that is what it is. So I'd just like to acknowledge that as well, Mr. Nucky.
Thank you, Antoine. David, did you have some questions?
No, everything's been covered from my perspective, Stephen. Thank you.
Yes. And thank you very much, Mr. Nucky. I do note in your submission that you're asking for some specific things in your submission, really around potential for Maori owners to be involved in waihi tapu sites where there may be some changes or some influence by any works around about. And I think this is the nub of what we're working through here. Are there any, in terms of the extents and the notations of sites from the land that you're the chairperson for, are you comfortable with how they're delineated in the plan in terms of their locations and their extents?
Well, I suppose I just wanted to diverse just slightly, I suppose, is that it's really about the role and responsibility of our people. And I mean, in the process, there's an expectation that in this section of the, I suppose, the Act, that puts pressure and responsibility on us to provide information for free. Now, I'm sure there are not many people in the country that work for free, free with our information, and we aren't funded. And I suppose that's what's in my submission to you, is that there needs to be a very clear process so that it's not seen as it's seen as a cost to the council, in my view, of their responsibility to be responsible for what the government has in the Act has handed them. And part of that is to not really say to some of the submitters I heard today that, they're having to fund some of this stuff where they're kind of like private citizens and are entitled to the, I suppose, the freedom of their property. And then you've got council coming along, very similar to us, having to participate in a process that's totally a cost to us, and that there should be some funds available to us that aren't seen by the owners, in the processes of some of the resource consents. There's a cost to have tangata whenua to come and be the monitors. And, to me, it puts us in a light where, in actual fact, the Pākehā community see us as being not so friendly, or, there to be paid to do something at their cost, and they're not happy with it. That's what I'm saying. And I suppose I just wanted to try and make that point to you, is that, it's a bit like this process, is that, it sets us up, for, some kind of well, I suppose to me, it's criticism of us, wanting to be part of this country, where in actual fact, we get set up as a separate entity wanting something for nothing. And in actual fact, we all fund the New Plymouth City Council. So the funds should sit in there. There should be a process of being able to participate in those funds so that you get the result in your town plan that is paid for and correctly paid for properly without us getting, our people being criticised for, why are those Māoris getting something special? That's the point.
Yes, thank you. And that's another point you do make. So I think we've heard your concerns loud and clear, and the question of participation on an equal, fair basis, bringing your expertise to good resource management is something that's particularly dear to my heart. I see mana whenua whānau that have whakapapa relationships to particular places as being experts in your own right. And I've said that in a number of hearings in this district. And that information should rightfully be prepared in the form of expert evidence that decision makers like us prepare. And more we are getting people brought to or turn up in front of us that are funded to present expert evidence in that way by some form. You're saying the council should pay. Other people might say, well, if a developer wants to do something, they should pay for bringing forward the right expertise for a good decision to be made. So I don't think we'll solve that issue today, but as a matter of practice, I'm seeing quite a change in planning practice around the places I work in New Zealand. That's just a comment back on your plea there, Mr. Nucky.
Oh, kia ora. I suppose the point I was making is that where we're giving evidence around Waihi Tapu, to me, is the nudge of this process. Where a development is actually doing a development, yes. If he hasn't if he's purchased his land before the council changes, well, I think he's entitled to use the old rules. Yeah. I'm hearing more and more from people who are saying that the council are bringing in these new rules. They've got new rules, and it's going to affect us selling our land at the same values that they bought it at 20 years ago. That's all.
Understand.
Kia ora.
Thank you very much. And kia ora, thank you very much. So I think we're moving now to Mr. Rowe, and Ms. Ongley's got some legal submissions.
Kia ora. Tēnā koutou katoa. I've got with me Mr. Rowe, Mr. David Rowe.
Thank you.
And his father is a part owner of the property. So Mr. Ian Rowe is online as well.
Yes, thank you.
Commissioners, have you had an opportunity to read the legal submissions, do you want me to read them?
I think we've had a lot of reading, Sarah, and I think it'd be good if you just go through those and paraphrase where it can be efficient. We just got some of these yesterday, I think. So yes, take us through and yes, as you would like to do.
Thank you, Commissioner. So the first proposition is which I go on to talk about. It's important to keep the burden on the private landowner in proportion to the public benefit to be gained from the restriction imposed by the rule, and to ensure that the restriction is not so great as to preclude reasonable economic use of the land affected. When it was purchased, the Rowe property was not subject to any cultural overlay. Now a SASM overlay extends over 95% of the property. The extent to which the overlay traverses the property is illustrated. I wonder if the hearings administrator could could bring that up. I'm not very good at that.
She's doing that just now, so just stand by, Sarah.
All right, well, I will keep reading if you don't mind. The Rowe family have been informed that their land is potentially regionally and nationally significant, both culturally and archaeologically, as it may have been part of the Te Orapuriri Pā complex, which is a site of significance to Puketapu Hapu. And so that black and white line shows the property. And you'll see that the only sections not covered by the overlay are down to the south and the two corners there at the south of the property. So these submissions focus on section 85 of the Act. Mr. Rowe's submission was prepared by him and did not specifically refer to section 85, but that's not fatal to the application of that section. The section contains two tests, and I set them out here. One, whether the provision would make any land incapable of reasonable use, and two, whether it places an unfair burden on any person who has an interest in the land. The fact that activities can be applied for as a discretionary activity does not preclude a finding that the land is incapable of reasonable use. Now, the next paragraph is relatively important because the remedy of directing the local authority to acquire the land under section 85 only rests with the Environment Court. I submit that at this council level, section 85 is relevant to a challenge to the provision, and that's stated within section 85 itself, that this reasonableness issue can be pleaded, if you like, in this district plan hearing context. A finding of unreasonableness involves considering all the surrounding circumstances, and I've sent you some cases, but I draw upon the golf case where land was zoned open space. That was upheld, but the case's authority for the proposition that economic well-being is a relevant factor in the mix. I haven't cited it here, and I'm not sure if anybody else has raised it with you. The case law that was played out in Hastings with the Maunga Haruru Tangatu Trust case. I'm not really too sure how much case law you've had, you've been given, commissioners.
Yes, Sarah, we did touch on that yesterday in relation to a submission, and I'm very familiar with that. I hail from under the hills of Mangaharuru, and having following that case, there's two Environment Court decisions and a High Court decision in the middle, I think. Is that my understanding?
Yes, that's my understanding too, Commissioner. I suppose that those cases do emphasise another point that I wish to make here, is that it's not necessarily a one-size-fits-all approach for all of these sites. And close consideration is needed to what is necessary to protect the Wāhi Tapu or the Section 6E values of the site, of the particular site. So this perhaps also comes to your natural justice issues, that for some of these sites there's not a huge information in front of you for the actual site-specific factors, but I'll go on and talk about that.
Sarah, do you think those what we call MTT, Mangaharuru Tangatu Trust cases, do you think there's anything in particular you'd like us to focus on in those, or would you? I know you've sent them through, I think, my recollection.
I haven't sent those ones through.
You haven't.
I can. I think having reviewed them again, there's been discussion about a two-stage process. The first stage is what is the mapping necessary to delineate or recognise and provide for Section 6E. So what is the identification exercise? And that ties in with other case law under section 6 as well.
Yes.
But the second issue is, what are the provisions necessary to protect those values? And again, that ties in with other case law, even going up to king salmon and things like that. So what is actually necessary to protect these wāhi tapu values? The council has proposed a discretionary activity which would enable these matters to be looked at on a case-by-case basis. But I don't think you should ignore issues as to firstly, the cost of a discretionary activity application. And secondly, particularly for this site, the uncertainty of the result in that application where it's fully discretionary. This site, the landowners have been told, is potentially nationally significant, so it's very unclear as to what will be able to be done there, even under a discretionary activity.
Just as a matter of facts, what's the current uses on the land? Sarah or Mr. Rowe, is there a house or is it a, can't see it scale?
Yes, well, currently there is a house on the property.
Yes.
It was originally an orchard.
Yes.
For many years. And then, further in the submission, we'll discuss it. The council came along and said, a road was going to be built through the property. So at that stage, we stopped development or any further plantings of trees, etc. But currently a house with tenants and some horses grazing, I believe.
All right. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Would it be a good time, rather than me go through, because the next section of my evidence really repeats Mr. Rowe's statement that he's prepared.
Yes, I think it would be good. Well, we're in your hands, so if you'd like Mr. Rowe to go through the statements now, and it was a good time, let's do that.
Thank you. I'll ask Mr. Rowe to do that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so my name is David Rowe. I'm currently based in Nagano, Japan, and I made a submission on SASM number 748 at 61E Pohutukawa Place. In my submission, I stated, I believe the size or the extent of the site, which is now shown on the proposed district plan, is excessive. Unless tangible evidence can be found to prove that the site extends the length of the property down past the railway line, as now being shown in the plan, then the extent or the size of the archaeological site ID 748, should be reduced. With the overlay, it covers almost all of the property. The two areas it does not cover are the least usable or the least productive areas of the property, one being the bottom corner, which is a deep swamp, and the other side is like at the bottom of the hill. After a recent meeting with the council, I understand that this is one of the most significantly affected properties in New Plymouth. The overlay has been imposed due to it potentially being part of the Te Aurora Pururi Pa complex, a site of significance to the Puketapu Hapu. The property at 61E Pohutukawa Place is owned by Heritage Lifestyle Parks New Zealand, a company owned as follows: myself and my wife Kaoru, who have 75% of the shares, and my parents Anne and Patricia, who have 25% of the shares. The property was purchased by myself, my parents, and a business partner in May 2006. At that time, we intended to develop the property. Although the council was initially positive, for various reasons, the development did not proceed. So I purchased the other business partner out, and my family operated it as an orchard and sold the fruit there. A couple of years later, I moved to Japan for work, and with the intention that one day I'd move back to New Plymouth. And as I originally was brought up in Bell Block, it's kind of, I consider it my home. But due to medical issues with my daughter in the past few years, it kind of makes sense that we stay in Japan due to those issues. So we kind of put it on the market and decided to sell the property. Currently, the property is rented. It's been subject to planning uncertainty for such a period of time that now substantial improvements are required. The property was established as a hobby orchard in the 60s and 70s. It has a large number of trees on it that are now 50 to 60 years old. Many of these trees are self-sown. It has one dwelling. In the past, the ground has been substantially altered, including a large cut for the road to the house, and excavations have occurred to create paddocks. It has limited fencing, as in the past, the trees were used to form the shelter for the fruit trees. When I purchased it, it was not subject to any cultural overlay. We understood that an area nearby was a Maori cemetery privately owned by the Broughton family, and there was an area of interest on the neighbouring Kaski property, which is just to the left of that map. And I believe, I think that applies to Puketapu Hapu. A few years following the purchase, council proposed a business development of the area known as Area N, which is between Egmont Road, State Highway 3, Henwood Road, and the railway. Council advised it was investigating options for a new road alignment over the property as part of the council's plan change to rezone Area N from rural environmental area to industrial C. The council plan included a plan change 020002 operative in 2009 that proposed a structure plan for development of approximately 12.5 hectares. It was called the Egmont Road Industrial C Environmental Area Structural Plan. Proposal for a Orapuriri road extension to connect Henwood Road, which involved 4 roading options, all of which would have gone through the property. In addition, realignment of Devon Road, State Highway 3, the Bill Block bypass occurred, and council put on a hold to the extension and the area and structure plan development for reasons which I'm unsure of. For both these roading projects, archaeological investigations occurred. Our family had numerous council interactions, particularly for the proposed Orapuriri road extension. We all agreed to archaeological investigations and received the reports from the council. In 2012, a Section 18 research strategy for Area N Bill Block Taranaki on January 10th, 2012, recommended further investigation of our property under Section 18 of the Historic Places Act due to uncertainty whether the power complex extended into our property, stating, "It is anticipated that the proposed excavation units will be large enough to locate either datable finds or charcoal within an undisturbed archaeological context to undertake C14 dating, and that the detailed stratigraphic recording of different subsurface features are interpreted from the geophysical data will give us a clear understanding of the general pattern and functions of the site. This will enable all stakeholders to gain a more comprehensive overview of the known archaeology within the proposed alignment corridor." New Plymouth District Council wrote to Heritage Lifestyle Parks stating 28th of February 2012, asking whether we agreed to the proposed digs, and we gave our agreement. I understand those recommendations didn't go ahead because Puketapu Hapu did not agree. In 2014, the assessment of the Te Orapuriri road alignment on the 30th of September 2014 from Geometria, Russell Gibb stated, "There is some uncertainty as to the nature and density of archaeological deposits through the Kaski and road properties, which are high-risk areas and probably would require full excavation." In this report, I was able to view the shape of the archaeological area of interest, which is now the shape of the overlay of the subject of my submission. These reports recommend that the property was potentially an area of archaeological interest, but further work should be done to confirm. As the further work hasn't been done, I was very surprised that the whole area was included in the proposed plan overlay number 748. Due to the many interactions with council on the area and development and the associated road extension, my family did not develop the property during this time. It is not large enough to be a productive farm, but it could be productive as an orchard. We were told by the council that for any orchard trees we planted, we would not get compensation if the road went through because we were on notice of the road. The property hasn't had much work done on it for the past 16 to 17 years, and it is in need of care. To be productive, any buyer of the property would need to remove old trees. If wishing to graze stock, would need to put in newly aligned fence posts. And I understand resource consent would be required. On the 19th of March 2001, my family listed the property for sale with Taranaki Harcourts. Ultimately, our agent recommended that the property be taken off the market, despite hundreds of hits on Trade Me and many inquiries. One conditional offer was made, but cancelled due to the due diligence condition could not be met. And quote from the email's agent, "I've had 2 or 3 other buyers view who, although they liked your property, decided not to take it any further as they've previously owned property with iwi overlays and experienced frustration." The one offer we did receive was from a person who wishes to run a specialist family home for vulnerable children with links to Oranga Tamariki. The buyer told us she wanted to extend the existing dwelling and turn the barn into a home for her mother, cut down trees where they needed to let light in, and possibly bring on a container. They also wanted to improve pasture quality, tidy the place up, build fences for a lifestyle farmlet, and dig the ground for crops and gardens together with renewed orchard planting. I understand she made inquiries as to the likelihood she could do these things at council and with Puketapu. She said she didn't get a satisfactory answer. Our main involvement was to agree to the due diligence clause being extended several times while she made these inquiries. The agent advised us that the buyer's solicitor had advised her against the purchase due to the difficulties she may have selling the property with the overlay in place in the future. In the end, I have a large part of my savings tied up in this property and would like to move on with my life. I seek a substantial reduction in the overlay extent. The extent has not been verified through the further work that I gave consent to. I consider it unreasonable for the above reasons. That is pretty much my statement. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask.
Thank you, Mr. Rowe. Just what time is it in Nagano at the moment?
It is, I was up at 5 this morning, which would have been attend the meeting. Now it's just past 11 o'clock.
Okay. Yeah, and is it pretty cold over there at the moment?
Yeah, a fair bit of snow. I'm about 6 meters up at my house of snow. So yeah, very cold, very white.
Yes, yes. So look, welcome to the hearing again, and thank you for that statement. It's a really interesting chronology of the history of the site, and obviously you've been on notice for a while about a potential road extension, and we'd probably quite like to know about the status of that. And yes, Sarah, do you want to finish your statement now, or how do we want to go from here? We're probably due for a break at some stage, but it would be quite good to just work through your case first, and then we'll pause after that.
You're on mute, Sarah.
Just realised that. Sorry, I won't read the statement. Essentially, the submission is given all these surrounding circumstances for this property that Mr. Rowe continues to seek the overlay extent be reduced. But the other thing is Mr. Rowe welcomes the opportunity to work with council and Puketapu to sell the property. If it is regionally and potentially nationally significant, then that would be preferable to some other statements that I've cited here at footnote 6. Mr. Holdaway's letter indicates that the site should in effect be preserved so as to allow full archaeological investigation. So that's not within your powers, we understand, to direct that the property be purchased publicly. So Mr. Rowe is sticking to the relief in his submission in respect of that, but he wants to say to Puketapu, who's on the line, and council, that he wants to continue discussions.
All right, it's clear. Your reference to section 85, Sarah, you think we do have some powers or around section 85?
So it's in paragraph 7. You don't have powers regarding directing the property be sold or I should say purchased. But Section 85 is essentially a bar upon the decision that these planning provisions create an expropriation of private property. Essentially, it's saying plan provisions do not involve an acquisition of private property on their own. However, then obviously it goes on to say there's a couple of caveats to that. And one is that submitters can challenge plan provisions in forums such as this on the basis that they're unreasonable. And the submission is that the plan provisions as they attach to Mr. Rowe's property are unreasonable. Unfortunately, the map doesn't show the overlay extent that Ms. Straka has up there, but it's over essentially the whole property.
Yes, I think that's probably we can see with a bit more detail. There we go.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Julie. And although there's been discussion about roads, there's no designation being or notice of requirement. That's still all being, is that, as far as you know, Sarah or David, is that still in the possible realm, or is that?
We haven't received any formal notification. The first I kind of heard that it wasn't going to go ahead was around 2019, prior to me putting the submission in. And I think there's a newspaper article, because there has been a lot of news about the Henwood Road intersection and the road going through to, the Egmont Road intersection and car accidents. And we believe the road had to be put through as there is the access to our property, there's an underpass. And it was originally bigger, and it was going to be a 2-lane underpass, and it was made to a 1-lane. And the money saved from that was going to be put towards the new road. So we accepted, that was going back many years after we bought the property. And throughout those years, we spent a lot of time, a lot of money with lawyers as well, discussing with the council issues about the property and where the roads are going to go through. And every year there seemed to be a bit of information fed to us that the road was going to happen the year after, the next year. And it just kind of got dragged out through the years. And then finally, year 2019, they said they were looking at other options of putting the road on the opposite side of the railway lines, which I think disappointed many people who have got businesses on the Oroparuri Road, because they also assumed that the road would be linked up to Henwood Road. So I don't know, that's probably a question for the council, exactly, the status of that road, I think.
Yes, well, I think it's context, isn't it? So we will ask Joe through you to help, whatever update you can give us on the asset teams. I know there's a whole program of works being worked on at State Highway 3 with the council in Wakakotahi. Whether you're aware of anything, any update, or whether you